Here's the thing, die a hero.
Die a hero. Or live long enough to see yourself become...
Problematic.
Who's the most problematic?
Of us? Or in general?
No, no, not of us.
Probably
like
Donald Trump?
No, I mean, obviously, but like, who's the most disappointingly problematic?
Yeah, I don't got anything for that one.
I got nothing. Like,
wasn't there an English child entertainer who'd end up being a pedo?
Maybe?
Drake Bell.
Oh yeah.
Is Drake Bell a pedo?
Oh my god,
Yeah.
and the dude from Corey in the House, also very problematic.
Yeah, no, that's fucked.
Oh,
The memes are all ruined.
Him being a sex pest. Yeah, like apparently every like half the people from like 2000s Disney are weird sex pests or otherwise problematic.
Drake Bell was not in Disney.
But wasn't that
Are
Disney?
Are you fucking kidding me, William?
Bro.
What?
Drake and Droch.
Yeah, that wasn't Disney. That was fucking Nick.
Oh, yeah.
Was
I don't know these
fucking
things.
idiots.
I never watched either of those
It was-
channels, so I was just
It was
assuming.
Nickelodeon, because it was Amanda
It's
show,
totally
and then
Nick.
Drake and Josh
Yeah.
and iCarly. They were all
Oh, it
Nickelodeon
wasn't. Oh,
productions.
you're right.
I know what I'm fucking talking about.
I was like 6.
Nick, we were playing Tales of Some Chancia last night, and someone mentioned the sound of wind verbatim in dialogue, and I wasn't quick enough to get a screen cap to send to you, and I was really annoyed by that.
Oh my god, you know what though? Since we died, you're gonna get that scene again, I think.
Oh, really? I thought it was way sooner than that. Way before that.
That
No,
does bring me some small amount of joy.
No,
glad.
that's that's like when they first go into the Wind Temple. Which we're at. So you may actually get him a screenshot of the
maybe.
sound of wind.
Well, yeah, something to look forward to, Nick.
You see, there was a silver lining to us having to do an entire dungeon all over again.
I don't think it's silver enough, I'll tell you what.
There's a fucking aluminum lining.
Sorry about
There you
that.
go. What do they make wind turbines out of?
Probably a lot of metals.
Probably.
Make them out of carbon. Pure carbon.
Carbon?
That's a terrible idea.
Make them out of rocks.
It's just stone.
The wind has to be going
Steel.
really fast to turn that fucker.
Steel, resin, or plastic, iron or cast iron, and aluminum. And copper. Apparently.
Copper's in everything nowadays, though.
It's only 1% copper, though.
Where's my Pokemon Copper and Tin versions?
It's the shittiest, dingiest.
And then you get Pokemon Bronze.
That'd be fun. Oh, it could be like in an industrialized area. And
Let's
play
not
I'm
wax poetic about Pokemon for one life.
Yeah, let's play some D&D.
Let's play some D. So, as the days march onward in Nache Duinne and the inevitable war continues to ramp up, the troops continuing to be trained, the tensions continuing to grow, you guys relaxing, preparing, relaxing some more on your last days of comfort before the march to the lands of Kintaran. A night at the baths with a new ally in Sophia was cut very short by an assault from a Soul Strider who came very close to taking the lives of some of your comrades and came even closer to possibly kidnapping Owen, which seemed to be the intent. But instead, a little bit of quick thinking and the convenience of a bullshit monster that can suffocate people. And the Soul Strider was apprehended, unable to escape. So you guys rested and readied yourselves for an inevitable interrogation. One which was surprisingly eye-opening. You learned quite a lot about what's going on with the war and why things are strange in this invasion. Why there's not as much cohesion and why Garland has been so fortuitous even after losing Varad. Eventually, after learning all you could, you sentenced the Soul Strider to death and continued on your way. Spent the evening burying his body, burning his body, I should say, out in the woods south of the city, and making your way back where you had a night of dance, revelry, and celebration, finishing up what was rudely interrupted the day before. Under the assumption that there was nothing else that night, I would ask unto you all, as the sun rises on Omen 4 Fortis 1051, I ask unto you all, Sophia, Owen, Evian, Ishri, Walker, and Simon. Welcome back, Simon. Welcome back.
Boy, that sounds sinister.
Simon, who avoids fights. Who avoids negative things happening to him. Escaping the Shadowfell. What are y'all doing? It is another dawn in Garland.
After Walker sleeps off his stupor and drinks a good amount of water, as soon as he wakes up, he's going to get his things together and begin putting his tools away in an organized manner so that he is ready to head out whenever the others are. Once he's done with that, he might do some last-minute touches on the symbol he's been working on, just to, get it sanded down nice and smooth, looking nice and good. Put those good old Walker finishing touches on it.
Owen's going to not wake up too early, but like early-ish, and he's going to have he's going to ask one of the guards to deliver a note to each of his parents saying that he and his companions intend to leave today.
Okay. If you're up early enough, you'd probably, like, if you wanted to do notes, that's fine, but, like, if you needed to talk to your mom, Owen, no problem with that. She was not around last night, but she's normally around at least in the mornings.
Then he would make an effort to catch her before she left for the day.
The gist of her schedule seems to be when she's not here at night, she swings by first thing in the morning and at least cleans up and, double checks on the house. But you're insightful enough and know her well enough to know she's really just kind of checking up on you guys.
What a great mom.
She wants to make sure that we're not wrestling.
Make sure you're all still alive, especially after, the Soul Strider attack.
Assassin attempt.
Yeah.
Assassination attempt.
So, yeah, being up early enough, you'd be able to get a hold of her, no problem. Yeah, she would probably be in the kitchen preparing breakfast for herself, and she'd probably, like, leave something for you guys, like, be it, like, fresh bread rolls or something that are, airing out and getting ready, or sometimes a pie or something. Tries to do something.
Oh,
Pie for breakfast.
Nice.
Like shepherd's pie or
No, it's a meat pie.
something? Yeah.
Well, are we talking like small meat pies or like a single big meat pie?
Normally it would be a single big one.
So what do you, I want to like get a clear picture here. What are you talking about, like a pie crust style, or is it like a pastry but with meat in the middle of it?
No, a pie crust style. Like, pie crust style. It's probably about maybe 10 inches in diameter. Probably the kind of thing, like, it's not cooked all the way yet. It still has
Is it
some
like
work to
blood sausage or anything like that?
No, it looks like it's just regular, meats that have come from, probably meats that are being either reused, kind of a bit
Leftovers.
shepherd's pie style, the leftovers, but without the extra additions. Something for lunch, breakfast if you guys want it, if you're feeling particularly garish. That works as a double entendre, too.
Well,
I knew I'd get one out of calling people garish.
I think you've gotten one already. Anyway.
It's been a long time. I wouldn't remember. So, anyway. Yes, you guys slowly awaken Owen up first at the smells of cooking meat. Your mother comfortably sitting there in a dirty apron that, while obviously well kept, it has been here. It has been something that has been used for a long time, and it's just, you know, it's at the point where it can't be. There's no bleach. Can't be white again.
How lovely.
It's clean. It's just very well stained and well worn and used.
We're talking on the apron right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
You head in, and she just gives you a quiet nod and continues preparations. Seems like she brought some stuff over from the Eastwind Keep.
There's definitely a while where, like, Owen just, you know, without really being prompted to, he just kind of joins her, and you know, he's just like, his intent here is to just like spend some time with her. Like, you know, they don't have to say anything. He just wants to help her with breakfast, and
yeah, just small talk, discussing. Oh, hand me that. Hand me this. You wash that. This or that kind of thing.
yeah, he can save the heavy stuff for after breakfast.
Eventually, finishing. There's you've got nice churned, fresh butter and nice set of rolls, nice and warm, and people setting off fireworks 3 days early because Florida. And
The
after
Gars are proud to be American.
I mean, they are
Maybe
in
they're
fact.
Canadian.
Oh.
It is
Oh.
Canada Day.
Oh, today's Canada Day?
Yeah.
Oh, congratulations, Kim. Why are you hanging out with us? And
Congratulations!
Congratulations,
We
Kim.
both said that. Congratulations, keeping your sovereignty for now.
Congratulations on surviving another Canada Day, Kim. Oh.
I mean, honestly, given the heat waves and everything else, you know, I would guess in a certain number of years, everyone's just going to move to Canada because it'll be the only place inhabitable.
I mean,
It depends where
wasn't
we've had
Montreal like
really-
111 the other day?
There was awful heat waves up in the like west coast of Canada as well, and like old people are dying because they're not used to it being hot. It's usually
Oof.
a very temperate area, so most of them they're not doing great actually because of the heat.
Florida's actually not been affected at all. This has all been, you know, West Coast shit, I guess, so it's regular, miserable Florida. But I
Apparently,
digress.
some of Canada went up to 120 Fahrenheit.
Thank God I don't have to tackle climate change in my D&D campaign.
I don't know. Magic might have some long-term effects that we're not.
No, that'll be my
entirely aware
cyberpunk
of.
campaign.
Okay,
Simon
well,
2077.
Oh, okay. So, Canada Day, notwithstanding, we will continue. Yes, so you eventually get breakfast prepped, and yeah, she gives you that. Like you had a enjoyable night. Nothing else. Motions to the amount of like dishes and things that she's already cleaned up and things like that after the night of revelry and drinking and enjoyment you guys had.
I don't I never thought about this before, but just to like paint a picture, Owen is not like a fucking you know, like he doesn't leave a mess. after the boys'
but like
party,
I imagine,
you know?
I imagine after a rough night of drinking, you're not cleaning it all up right away. It's one of those do it the next morning type.
He definitely does some amount of cleaning before bed, even intoxicated.
Just
He's
gives a
not
little
leaving
smile,
fucking
and
drunken mess for his mother.
she just gives a little smile. And oh, should we be expecting anyone else for breakfast? Or
I don't know. They broke out the mead last night.
I could smell it when I came in and was walking by, down the hallway up top. I don't know whose room it was. A couple of them definitely were, strong of me. She gives a little half smile at that. Not yours, though.
Owen flashes her his own smile, and he says, pointedly looking out the window, "We all just wanted a bit of revelry." That's a hard word to say. Before we leave. And we figured last night would be our last night.
Oh. I suppose with coming right to our doorstep with that bull strider in. Looks down for a second and then perks back up and just immediately with this big smile, well, you know, no time like the present. Oh. Gives another big smile. Got a lot of hope riding on you. You and the Shynwatch.
Owen definitely smiles at that.
I'm sorry.
Well, that I had so much to say, but kind of shakes his head a little bit.
And you have all the time in the world to say it.
What if this is the last time I see you?
You are Owen Hector. You are one of the great warriors. You're a figurehead. Maybe not always. Maybe you didn't want, but you were born in. And a McDurk does not escape that so easily as going into battle. Have to come back, so that they can be miserable, living 150 years and not fighting for all of it. Gives a little, like, a bit of a cocky smile, like, you can tell she is referencing your father as she says these words.
I think I'd like that. Doesn't sound so bad.
And you can't be doing that without surviving. It's in your blood, winning, staying alive, going and coming back a hero. We've got more help than most on that. And she kind of motions towards the stairs. Not just that. Got your... Pauses for a second and motions to your wrist.
Always.
Wind is at your back. Gonna sail out the storm and come out the other side a better sailor than you went.
Owen lets out, excuse me, like a, you know, that kind of laugh where like you're about to cry and then somebody like makes you, yeah. He lets out one of those and he hugs his mom, big classic garish embrace. And after a moment, he kind of steps back a little bit and he says, I know I should talk to Father, but I don't know what he's going to say.
Going to say, "Oi, you're going to win because we need." Then you're going to come back. And then you're going to be a McDurk. Blah, blah, blah. You know how he gets.
I know how he gets, mother.
Gives another little smile. He's going to be very busy.
Do you think he won't have time to see me?
Oh, I'm sure he'll have time to see you. I just don't know if you're going to want all that attention.
Oh, no. Better that we leave quietly. No.
He gives a little
fanfare.
nod. That front might want to be sneaking out the walls the back way because your father has something planned.
What's that?
Well, stick around a little while and I'm sure you'll find out. She gives a little, that not necessarily sly, but definitely knowing smile. And there's definitely a little bit of excitement.
Oh, kind of narrows his eyes. You're really not going to tell me what it is?
She looks out the window. It's about sunrise. I'm sure you'll find out any minute. And guy looks at that plate. It's the spoon.
One answer a plate.
And she begins scrubbing it off again, and like again, a little bit of a sly smile. Like definitely something going on right now. A couple of minutes later, you begin to hear the sounds of ruckus celebration coming from outside. Horns, trumpets. It seems
quiet.
It is definitely coming, like, from the sounds of it, it is definitely coming from the Eastwing Keep right now.
When does this happen?
Shortly after sunrise.
Ah. I imagine Walker is still asleep then.
Now, I mean, if you guys are a heavy sleeper, you'd be able to sleep through this, but it is definitely noticeable.
Walker's alert, but like he also wants to sleep. Would I have a night's rest at this point?
Night's rest is.
If I go, Walker will...
Yeah, if Sophia slept well, she'd probably wake up at weird noises. Especially after the last few days.
Now,
Walker will throw his...
I apologize.
Walker will throw his clothes on and head downstairs to investigate.
Ishri from the hallway joins.
You guys make your way, shrieking ready in the hallway. You make your way down. God, that will never not be funny to me. You make your way downstairs, everyone coalescing down in the main entryway, I suppose, or the kitchen, or the hallway, or the main, I forgot the word for it, dining room. Jesus. When I DM, I forget words very often. It's concerning. And you make your way down there. And you guys can see there is, like, even just out the window here, like, across the way, there is a considerable amount of fanfare. There are garish flags of all the kins. There are people on horseback. There is a lot of... It looks like a parade or something is getting ready to start outside of the Eastwing Keep.
Assumedly, if Owen is in line of sight, Walker will look to him and ask, is it a garish holiday?
It's not.
No, it is not currently a garish holiday.
Sophia, who's arriving and like rubbing her eyes because she's still sleepy. Yeah, what's going on exactly?
I don't know. I was just headed outside to see for myself.
Let's
Seeing as how somebody won't tell me, looks over his shoulder at Fiona.
It was your father's idea, not mine, so it's not my place. Speak of it. At this point, she takes her apron off and just, like, begins slathering butter on a nice hot roll and just, like, melting it onto it and eating it. A smile on her face.
Assumedly we're grouped up and heading out the door, Walker will ask, is your father the kind of man to celebrate us being a soul strider?
Owen begins to answer in the negative and then closes his mouth, thinks for a second, and then kind of like shrugs and nods. I suppose he will want to, as he said to me in the dungeons, he will want everyone to know they can be beaten.
Walker will push the door open and begin to file out with the others.
As you guys watch, you see the procession making its way to the northern edges of the outer courtyard, where it begins to open up into the city proper. You can see, just like looking down, it looks like the plan is for this to end up in the main open air market type of area right outside of the outer courtyard, which they have at this point barricaded off with soldiers. There are a few merchants still setting up that seem to be allowed, but other than that, they're kind of keeping people away right now. And this looks like it has been announced, at least in some way, because there are people very quickly making their way around. Level of excitement.
I'm supposed to need by people yelling like, "Yes, the Soul Strider is dead! The prince prevails!" Something like that.
You see, after a moment, there is this, like, coming out from around the side of the inner courtyard next to the East Wing Keep, about there's probably 20 or 30 rows of people and soldiers and horses, and then you see these 2 horses and then 2 more pulling a large platform, and standing atop this platform is Angus McDurk. And holding it, and he is currently holding the Soul Strider's golden white cloak.
Walker will point at the cloak and comment, seems to be the case.
It's a very nice cloak, but I don't know why he needs to go on a platform showing it off.
It's what the cloak means, Ishri. Those are cloaks worn by Soul Striders, one of Lenore's most powerful agents. Showing it off like that means one has been defeated.
And he wants everyone to know. He wants to give them hope.
And you feel a hand on your shoulder as your mother stands next to you and about hope. About giving you more of a chance. And she just gives this, again, almost excited smile.
Well, I suppose we might as well accompany them. Watch.
Are you guys trying to blend into the crowd, or are you going to just follow behind? What's the plan on that front?
You want us to participate, Owen?
Owen's gonna like wave a hand dismissively and say, if my father did not ask us, then he probably has something else in mind. So I'm going to stay on the sidelines for now.
You guys...
Walker will take a step back towards the door and shout into the house. We're gonna go watch a parade. Feel free to follow us. For anyone who might still be asleep.
All
Or
right.
just in the room.
All right.
I think Evian hearing that would come down and join the gang.
Simon would come down as well.
All right. So, everyone is going except for Rom then? Rom can be there.
suppose.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
everyone's
Rom will-
going.
Rom will probably
not?
join you.
Trying to stay blended into the crowd. Specifically, Owen is the noticeable one here, I suppose.
Like, he's not wearing a cloak or anything, but he's he's also not like, hey, look at me, I'm the Prince Owen
Okay.
MacDirk.
All right.
Me, look at me.
Can you give me a stealth check, Nick?
No,
I don't think he's trying to like.
Yeah, he's trying to not be recognized.
no.
So
Like he doesn't mind if people recognize him, but he's not like rushing to join the procession.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, this would be passive stealth, which is like 9.
No.
Or if Owen's wearing armor, like 4.
Feels good, man. Hey, you know what? He sticks out in the crowd. What can I say?
I mean,
It's that red hair.
yeah, bright red hair and fucking being a McDirk.
Weirdos in
bright
tow.
red hair, but we are in Garland.
Is red hair common, Garland?
I assumed it was.
It's fairly common.
Okay.
Like, it's not like it's a thing that sticks out a ton like it does in as much in the Nor. You know, varying shades of red hair. It's also not like, Ireland where it's like 50% redheads.
Definitely not common amongst the McDirks.
Yeah.
Mm.
So, you guys make your way, following behind this excited procession through the outer courtyard and making your way down into the... You can see as they begin to... All of these different soldiers, some on horseback, some not, holding up the banners of the 6 kins. They come into a circle around the center of this platform that Angus is on. After a few moments... He, stands forward a bit and gets to the center of it and holds the cloak up. Long have we been on our back foot? Long has Lenore, the Red Band, his soul striders, and he holds it up and looks at this thing with disgust, and some boos echo behind it. Threatened our way of life. No more. The McDirks here in Nache Duinne have put an end to the first. This is the beginning of the end. For Lenore's invasion and for us being ousted from our homes. But this, holds it up again and looks at it. This victory is not of mine. This victory, this first blow in our inevitable return to our homes comes courtesy of my son, Owen MacDirk, Owen Soulsbane! And there is this big echoing cheer as he holds it up. This is the first. And let this be a warning. Or there are a spy amongst you. Someone you don't know, someone you don't trust. Let them know. These soul striders can come. They will die. These spies can come. They will die. Owen Soulsbane and his group have their number. And so long as he is in this city, these soul striders will not be, and we will be safe in our homes. Let it be known that not a single enemy combatant will breathe Nache Duinne's air. Will step on Nache Duinne's streets. So long as the Soulsbane breathes. And there's this raucous cheer that grows. And people begin excitedly chanting, and just this immediate sense of shift in this kind of, not necessarily hollow, but downtrodden attitude gives up, at least for a few moments, as this excitement begins to grow and build up. And it goes more and more, and the boy will see to it that our lives will be safe here until the day comes that Virat is garish once more. Until the day comes that the Red Band have been ousted from our lands. Be they routed or killed, they will not sleep in our beds. They will not look to us as a possible line of victory. They will look to us as their betters, as the victors. This is the turning point. And he pauses for a moment, and he, at this point, leaves the cloak, and he takes this spear and jams it into the center of this raised platform and impales the cloak about 2 inches onto the top of it. Let this be the warning, the first of many. Owen McDurk will collect the cloak of any Ghost Rider who would so much as look to Nache Duinne as a target. And he turns and continues to look amongst the people, now addressing them more directly. Kintaran has been overwhelmed by your hospitality, and we need it for a little while longer. But the gratitude is endless. And let this... At this point, he leans up, grabs to the cloak, tears it off, and he walks down towards... He looks and he finds this family, a young man, maybe 12, 13 at the front. He walks over to him and presents the family the cloak. Let this be the first of many promises. Evidence of our eternal gratitude that you have taken us in such a time of... He steps back a couple of feet and starts addressing the rest. The time to mobilize will be soon. The time to expect war will be soon. The time for my people, my family, Kintaran to go home will be soon. Prepare yourselves. Garland will be whole once more. And the first blow, let it always be known that the first blow struck by Owen Soulsbane McDuck. He clenches a fist and throws it up in the air, and people begin cheering as the cheers break out throughout pretty much the entirety of the square at this point. People beginning to celebrate, screaming, food, ale is moving quickly, and you see as one of the people gets over, and you can see someone, like those of you who are more perceptive, at the edge of the crowd. One of the family members is handed a tankard of ale, who immediately holds it out towards Angus, who comes over, and he does this deep, very grateful, very very grateful bow as he takes it, gives like this raucous, just holding it up in the air, some of it flying out of this tankard before he just chugs the whole thing, falling down his face, and finishes it, holds it up again. To Owen Soulsbane! And they all chant back, to Owen Soulsbane! And then, to Garland! To Garland! And then one more, to victory! And they all chant back, to victory! And the celebration begins. A shift in the level of everything for the day seems to be different. Everyone seems a little less on edge. There's more excitement. It's nearly palpable now. You can see amongst the procession, seems like other important members. You do notice the heart tender, who, well, this would only be, I guess, probably Evian will be the only one who you would notice the heart tender in full armor, so he is unnoticeable amongst the other Ashgalda-kin soldiers. Doing his best to hide himself. A couple of other people that you noticed that were probably important that you didn't really get the name of from the kin meetings are here, but this seems like it was Angus McDurk's plan or idea. Celebration continues as you guys are in the crowd.
Walker comments as soon as it's said for the first time. Soulsbane?
Owen looks a little uncomfortable at this new epitaph. Is that the right word?
I think that's something on your gravestone. I think it's just a moniker.
Nickname?
Title?
Yeah, title. There's
Kerning? Epitaph is for someone who died.
Oh, fuck. Let's hope it's not that.
Led to the Rebellion would be an epitaph, I get. But I digress. Owen, you were saying?
I wasn't saying. Owen just looks, he doesn't say anything unless prompted to speak, and he looks a little uncomfortable with this new
Moniker.
title.
Alright. With
Walker
that...
has the one comment, but does watch the rest of the event unfold.
Once the speech is seemingly done, you can see as some of the soldiers head to the back, Angus, many of the people of Kintaran that are here, begin, they seem like they are giving out gifts, coin purses, coins, food, things brought from the Eastwing Keep, or symbols of gratitude.
Just handing out fucking... Just giving out handouts.
Yeah.
Random gifts.
Angus right there next.
Huh, that's fun. What if Walker could get a coin first? No, you wouldn't try.
No.
I'm trying to think, like, man, I don't know if Owen wants to go over there and like join them. No, he doesn't want the attention right now.
Noticing that Owen doesn't seem comfortable, Walker's gonna suggest, why don't we all head back?
Aye.
As we all head back, Ishri is going to lean over to the person she's closest to, and so let's say Simon, and she's going to lean over to Simon, who I'm assuming has been translating for her, and she's going to say, why is Owen collecting their cloaks? Does he want them to be cold?
Simon looks away nervous and looks back. Yeah, actually. If you're cold, you can't fight.
Does Walker hear this?
Ishri is not quiet, so yes.
Does Walker hear this?
Yeah, even amongst the crowd, Ishri is not quiet.
Walker's going to sigh audibly. Simon, why are you lying to her?
Big shrug. Why not?
Walker just fucking narrows his eyes at him. Ishri, it's like I said earlier. The cloaks show that the cloak before shows that Owen had defeated a Soul Strider. The mention of him collecting more means that he will be slaying more Soul Striders. To them, that brings them hope. The idea that someone exists that can take down their greatest enemy.
Ghost Riders represent a very powerful enemy because they're not just simple soldiers, that they can also fight hand to hand. They're fighters who can use magic that is very powerful.
Maybe we should make sure we bring enough back then to bring all the cloaks back.
I'm personally hoping we don't run into any other Soul Striders on our path, but, well, that's just wishful thinking.
Would be ideal, though.
Quite.
Doesn't Simon have one of those cloaks? Looks just like that. Could they not? They could just hold up his when they need to.
He does.
Tree, do you remember what I mentioned about having a cloak means someone has been killed?
Well, yes, but
If Simon has one such cloak and someone finds out about that, they might wish for Simon's death.
he's not that annoying. I think it'll be okay.
I heavily
Simon now
doubt
looks
that.
worried in this crowd.
Let's go ahead and not talk about that any further, Ishri. Or refer to that any further.
Ishri shrugs and nods and says, okay.
Sophia is slightly confused, but continues along.
And you guys make your way back up towards the outer courtyard. Quiet couple of minutes as you make your way out of the raucous celebration. Soldiers moving with you, no longer in any sort of formation, but just various, kin warriors are also heading back. It seems like a lot of that was for the pomp and circumstance of making sure as many people as possible heard that speech.
Pomp and circumstance in Garland. Oh, the humanity.
Oh,
What is this war coming to?
Oh, the sacrifices.
oh. So you guys make your way back. It is much quieter now. It seems like most of the crowd that was in the outer courtyard followed down as well. So there is now pretty much open celebration and a full-on party happening down at the main trading hub market area.
Looks like we were a day too soon on our celebration.
Apparently so.
That may be so, but celebration will give us the cover we need to leave.
I'm sorry, Nick, what?
Was I quiet or?
I feel like my brain stopped working. What the fuck did you just say?
The celebration will give us the cover we need.
Will give us cover.
To leave.
Right. Okay, that checks out.
You okay, William?
I don't know. I think I thought you said it won't give us cover, and I was very confused by that.
Anyway. So, making it back, you can see sitting out front of the house near the garden is... Oh, and you can see your mother happily just, like, giving, like, again, that half smirk.
Owen's going to kind of stop short of her and raise one eyebrow, and he's going to say, Soulsbane, eh?
It wasn't exactly my idea, but figure a promise, an IT to keep them scared of that. Any spies, anyone who knows, now knows that we're preparing to march, and that you are here with us. They know that son Owen McDurk, taken out a Soul Strider, and is here with the army. They know that he and his powerful allies are here with the army and will be ready tomorrow. He gives a little smile at them.
It is clever, but what are they going to say if they don't see me for a few days?
Owen, for a powerful mage, you forget that there is... I think we cannot ask our good arcanist to make it seem that you are around town every once in a while.
I suppose you can.
We have made it very clear. There is to be no more attempts at... We have made it very clear there is no more attempt at anything. And they will prepare to see an army. You are free. As you believe. Everything is open. You're not looking for...
Walker nods to that and comments, "If we have no further planning to do, we should leave tonight." Let me try that again. If we have further preparations to do, we should plan to leave tonight.
Does that mean, Mother, that I shouldn't say goodbye to the soldiers from the valley? And
By all means, and if you want. I am sure they will appreciate it. They are ready to...
they
They
are
were-
here because of me. I think they deserve to know.
That does not get out. They are without commitment. Be less than ideal. Told you, wind will be at your back for this journey, and at this point she turns, all of you. A lot is riding that you can capture, contain, binding. That we may do Garland does and defeat this annoying pain in our asses again. I want that.
Oh, and if you wish to say something to the soldiers of the valley, you might just want to send them a letter, or write a letter and have it sent to them a week after we leave,
Have
and minimize any risk.
Owen's narrows her eyes a bit. And I understand, though. Need to look them in the eye and tell them the plan. Tell them, especially for a McDurk. It is understandable.
Is I want at least tell the captains and perhaps Clive. They deserve to know.
Fiona gives a knowing nod at this point. And I, for one, am ready to have a celebration of victory rather than assumed one. And gives another smile. Are you all going to be ready to go? Ready to set out, finally?
Walker nods.
Evian nods as well.
Well then,
Ishri will look Surprise, she'll run upstairs and come back downstairs with her very, very large aloe plant, hand it to Fiona and say, can you please take care of this while I'm gone?
She holds it, and, like, there's that second, like, Fiona's not by any means weak. Like, she's still a strong, garish woman. But, like, as you hand it to her, she's like, oh, it, like, takes her a second, and she just, Of course, did you want me to plant it so it may grow bigger, or stay in the pot here?
I think if it's too big, I won't be able to bring it back home. So, in the pot, yes.
Gives a nod. And she begins, like, she takes it over towards the entryway and takes a chair and kind of shoves it under the table by the entryway and puts the aloe plant in the... I think he'll be good there. Don't you? At least for now.
Yes, thank you. Well, I'm ready to go then.
She gives, like, a slow blink at that point, and she, like, turns to Owen and everyone.
Ishri, I said we should plan to leave tonight.
Well, yes, but I'm just... Sure, whenever works.
Right.
Gives another nod. I will be here for most of the day. You need to talk to me about anything. If you have any last minute things, I'll be here waiting. Pauses. That goes for all of you. Expect you all to return. None of this stupid being a hero, dying to save Dark bullshit. None of that. They're all coming back. Turns to Owen. Understand me?
There's that that flash from Owen of, like, you know, he for just a second he's a wee lad again, and his mom has given him a command, and he kind of, like, hunches his shoulders a little bit and does a quick nod and says, "Aye, mother, I understand."
Gives a smile. Good. Now then, did she? Sorry.
I do have one question. Is there anyone I can speak to about getting a map of William's forgetting the word. A map of Kintaran's. Oh my God! What the fuck? Area?
The lands of
a map of
Kintaran.
Kintaran's lands.
God, we can, but at the same time, I am yet most confident that I could draw one. It would not be pretty. Certainly draw one from memory with the utmost accuracy.
I have no doubts that Owen will be capable of leading us through the lands, but there's always the chance that we may be separated, or, well, there's always the chance that we might need someone else who knows where they're going.
Gives a nod. We'll see what I can find.
If there's anyone if there's anyone you know who is acutely familiar with the layout of Borealis, I'd also like to speak with them.
She purses her lips a tiny bit, and I will see, but I don't off the top of my head know it. We'll see. And at this point, she turns to the one guard that is currently overseeing the McDurk household. She, like, looks and just, "Oh, you heard the man. Go find a map of Kintaran." And he, like, "What about supposed to be someone stationed here?" "Oh, I'll be fine. I've got motions to all of you. And if that all fails," and at this point she points at the aloe plant, "he'll protect me."
Nice.
Pretty good.
He does exactly as much work as you. He stands at a corner, takes up water, and doesn't actually ever have any fun conversation. I'm sure I'll be fine.
Owned.
Now go. Just bye. and just quickly heads out.
This might not be a good time for this question, Ben, but I'm sure Owen has been to Borealis before.
Yeah.
So, like,
Is someone going to sit Walker down and tell him all about it?
do we get the scene in the heist movie where Owen starts monologuing about Borealis and we cut to Borealis?
Let's skip the entire walk.
Oh, we gotta save that for the travels then. Oh. Again, no, it's a voiceover as you guys are breaking in of Owen describing it.
Yeah, exactly.
There you go.
That's
Yes.
exactly
Oh,
what it
man.
is.
It's
It's how many are we? It's Garland 6 or whatever.
Garland, unspecified amount of people.
the Shynwatch 7.
Those shiny bitches.
So, with that, she has given you offer of whatever you need. The day is once more yours, you guys. What is the plan if you are leaving tonight?
Walker's gonna wait for his map and or someone to speak to regarding Borealis. He's hoping for something like a city planner or something, someone who's really gonna have some information. And I mean, if they have like an actual map of the town itself, I mean, it's Garland, so who knows? But like, that'd be ideal. Otherwise, Walker's gonna do what I mentioned at the beginning of the session, where he's gonna finish up work on the, put the Walker final touches on the.
Even though it's good to
Symbol.
go, it's not up to Walker's standards.
Yeah, well, he wants to sand it, make sure he doesn't like get a fucking splinter or something. Make sure it's nice and supple to the touch.
It would really
He's gonna play all
suck
those tools
if
and be ready to
Owen's
go.
at like 1 HP and he takes 1 piercing damage for a splinter while he's trying to cast that spell.
No.
Oh, that
Gotta protect
would
that.
be unfortunate.
Simon, there was one other spell I might want to get from your spellbook there, just as a backup. Would that be okay if I borrow it for a bit today and I go out and get another tattoo?
No problem. Simon will reach the side, grab the book, and hand it over.
Any other spells that you might recommend?
What two did you pick up already?
I picked out the one. Would there be names in your book of the specific spells?
I'm gonna say yes, probably like the top, like right corner or something.
The one that you called the Astral Comet, as well as Enlarge and Reduce, which is pretty straightforward, to be honest, as a name.
Simon nods.
I don't usually look at them from a book, so I don't name my tattoos.
I mean, this one's pretty good. He points at the Mark of Recall spell.
He's talking up his own
His-
spell.
I want to add to
Happy
this scene.
about it.
I want
Can
to
you
add to this
describe
scene
it
real
to me?
quick.
Hmm?
I want to add to the scene real quick. I imagine while they're talking in the background, Walker's kind of at the table, putting some of his shit together, and Owen's nearby. He just like leans in and says, "Spells have names."
There's like a moment, I think, for the first time ever, where Owen he looks back at Walker and Walker sees like a reflection of his own confusion as Owen has no idea what he's talking about.
All right, back to it. Sorry to interrupt. I thought that was a good ad.
Oh.
So, I guess I'm kind of biased about this, but basically it's a spell where you can mark a friend, and if they're within 120 feet of you, you can pull them back to safety.
Now, to note, Sophia, it is called the Doragos Mark of Recall. It does have his last name in the spell title.
I did say
Yeah, I don't
I
think
was
she knows his
biased.
last name. I don't think she knows his last name.
Oh,
I
she
just said I was
doesn't.
biased. I
no,
just said
it does
I'm
have a
biased.
name in it.
Oh yeah, I mean this Doragos guy, like he's
Who's this
pretty good.
Doragos
You know?
guy?
I mean, like he knows what he's talking about. I would probably copy that as well. You know what I'm saying?
Or if you wanted something that could flex to any situation, and he'll point over to a cursed wish.
Yes, that is the one, in fact, that I wanted to get.
Does Sophia or Simon say the name of that spell? Or they'd say that's the one, or is it just that's the one?
I don't know. I would say that's the one.
I think
It's-
Simon would more like point at it because he knows the names.
Yeah, you did
kinda
say Simon
sketch.
just
It's
pointed
not
at
my
it.
book.
But
Ugh.
he'll give Sophia the book, and I'm assuming she'll start doing whatever she needs to do.
Thank you. Yes, I'll note that one down.
Awesome. And
And yeah, I'll work on a few projects and I'll get a tattoo. I'll probably be back after like an hour or two.
all right, sounds good. Thank you for bringing my book back.
Oh, all right.
After their shared moment of confusion, Owen's gonna lean back into Walker and he's gonna kind of like look down at his charm and he's gonna say, "So, does this mean that I have to come up with names for all my magic?"
I mean, Sophia did just say she didn't, but
Walker closes his eyes, considers. Need to? No. But I assume it would be convenient for others to know. Though I suppose I more or less know what you can do already just from having seen you.
Does it also mean that, I've got to slap my name on my own spell? He smiles a little bit.
Only if you're fucking full of yourself.
And he gives a hearty chuckle.
As the conversation was going, Walker was, gathering some of his tools he had still laid out from the wood carving and whatnot. And he finds like a bottle of what was it, Vin? It was some type of oil used to treat wood.
I don't remember, but I know what we're talking about.
it.
Yeah, we talked.
I was googling it fucking rapidly, but I couldn't find anything in the right thing in time. Have you ever treated your symbol, Owen?
I'm sure Owen has done some kind of staining in the past.
It's just a matter of not in a long time. It's eaten up.
So retreating could increase its durability as an item.
In theory, yeah. I mean, you retreat like decks and stuff.
Yeah.
Owen's holy symbol has been through just as much as all of the rest of us.
Not sure if you've treated your holy symbol or have done so in a while. If you want to, give it some oil. Walker kind of hands the bottle over. There's kind of like a rag on top of it that's clearly stained with the treatment. Or the oil, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
I suppose that would do it some good. And he sits down at the table and like he probably has a little bit of trouble taking it off because it's just not something he does.
Does no one take it off when he's like treating people, like laying it on their chest while he's examining them?
I mean, like he'll before you've seen him like loosen the cord, and then he kind of like takes the cord in his hands and sort of swings it over them, But it never like leaves his wrist, or you've never seen it off of his wrist.
Right.
It's probably a nice watch tan that he's got going on.
That's pretty funny.
It's oh my god, a tiny leather cording watch tan.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's great. At the same time, Walker is sanding the symbol he had finished the night before. And once he's done with that, he will also apply the same treatment. Maybe a nice lacquer as well. Stain that shit. All I need is some cabochons and to really jazz it up.
My god.
He wouldn't. He fucking wouldn't do that. I was going to establish that as a joke.
Can I get like tiny diamonds and just like inlay
Bedazzle it? Oh my god, get like
no.
one of those like kids
I
see on TV bedazzler things.
That's great.
And then whenever Owen casts he's never cast this before, but like if he casts Guiding Bolt, it just like fucking diamond light just shoots out of his holy symbol.
I can't believe Owen's never cast Guiding Bolt.
It's because all of his level 1 slots go for Bless or a fucking Healing Word.
Yeah.
Yeah, to be fair, the slots are needed elsewhere.
Owen's too busy keeping people alive to use cool magic to kill people.
Like, Owen doesn't need to do damage, right? Like, he kind of helps us do that.
He's the ultimate support cleric.
Us being Evian and Walker.
He's helped Ram a few times.
A few times. Issue 2.
And Ishri as well.
This is the part of the session where Walker downplays everyone but Evian and Walker. I'd say William does that. Anyway, so the funny wisdom boy sends Evian work on symbols at the kitchen table.
Ishri gets immediately bored, grabs Evian and Ram and says, we're going outside and we're training, and she just grabs them and drags them outside to train.
All right, we are training.
What's Simon doing?
Training, maybe.
Well, the last thing you saw him doing was
Simon
going
would-
over his book stuff.
Oh yeah, that's useless. He's not doing anything important. So Ishri
I like how-
then-
I like how Ishri thinks that's useless, but what Walker and Owen are doing is very important.
Super important.
You know, she's learned to not piss them off too much. All right, so she.
Oh my god.
Simon, he's
You're the dad.
She knows the fucking power dynamic here.
So instead, she just looks to Simon, and she says it loudly enough that Owen and Walker could hear if they wanted to. Which I mean, any word she says they can. And she looks at Simon and says, "Come, let's go outside and train for a little bit."
Simon will sigh and get up and go outside. With you
Someone might
guys.
try to kill you in the near future because of your outfits. So
Truly terrible fashion sense.
Sophia looks confused as she watches them walk outside. Like, what is going on?
Thank God Ishri hasn't noticed that Sophia has no ability to defend herself on her own yet.
well, Sophia's at the tattoo salon, right? So Sophia's not.
Oh, she was
Here to be
preparing to
dragged.
head that. She was preparing to head that way. I think it was.
Yeah, Sophia, it did say that she was gonna go somewhere.
When you get back, Sophia, you can join in. We'll be right out front, so you'll definitely see us. Well, I'll remember. I'll remember, and I'll grab you before you go in, so you can come train with us.
Sure, okay.
Lovely. Good, great.
She just looks back at the rest of them like, what?
Owen Walker, you're good. Do you want to join?
There's
Much to do,
I-
Ishri.
There's a lot to do today before we leave. I don't think I'll have the time.
So you guys get out of working out.
It does
Yeah.
seem like a very valid excuse as you sit there at the table, but it's fine. If you need help with anything, just ask. Otherwise,
Will
we'll be,
do.
being useful. Staying productive.
On smiles a bit sadly, but just goes back to his work.
Does Sophia leave immediately, or what
No,
does
she
Sophia do after the others?
she's sketching out the spell real quick.
That's fine. Walker will comment as the two dads work. He'll comment. I wonder if Ishri's a better teacher than I was.
Certainly more persistent.
He's probably more honest. As honest as you seem to be, Walker.
I'm sorry, Kim. What was that?
She's probably more honest and straightforward with people, as much as you seem to be that kind of person.
Walker isn't sure how to respond to that one. I mean, I just threw them training swords and told them we were training every night that we were traveling.
Fair enough. I might just take a little bit longer at the tattoo artist. Looking back through the window.
Owen suppresses a snort.
You can say no
Sophia's
if
just
you.
like concerned, looking out the window.
You can say no if you wish, Sophia.
I guess I
If-
could.
If she might be insistent, but she's not. Walker struggles for the word. She's not that bullheaded.
She still looks slightly concerned looking out of the window.
I'll see when I get back what they're doing. I'm just not the kind of person to do that.
Looking at, like, probably some kind of elaborate push-up of some kind.
An elaborate push-up?
Yeah, like one hand or some nonsense like
would
that.
you say perhaps a significant push-up?
Oh my.
Probably.
Not other
Yeah,
things.
I feel bad because Kim wasn't here for the
Does
onset of that.
Evian do significant push-ups?
I mean, they're not insignificant.
I mean, Nick,
Oh.
Nick, do you hear that?
Simon's just sitting on Evian's back as he fucking does them.
Nick, did you hear that, Nick?
No, Evian is sitting on Simon's
I didn't.
back, and he's
I'm
like,
sorry,
"What are
I
you
was making my own
struggling?"
joke.
Oh, you didn't hear the coming off of Evian's back with that significant push-up.
You're
It was
just- you're
the
just-
sound of wind.
Crushing.
I
You're just
did hear
crushing
that.
Simon with your body. My.
Okay, so
I
with
think
that,
there'll be a few more comments from Walker during the woodworking of. I think there would just be one comment actually of Walker giving Owen a suggestion to name his magic based off of. Did we hear the fucking full name of the one thing of it? What was Owen referring to when he mentioned something about naming his magic after himself?
The spell Simon made for
I
himself.
mean, that may have been a meta joke. If I
Yeah, I don't
I
know if that was mentioned in that scene.
no,
I
Simon
don't-
mentioned like recommending the Dorgus Marker Recall. He said that out loud.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, then that's what he would have referred to.
So after like a few more minutes, Walker so McDirk's healing light.
McDirk. What it sounded like.
I mispronounced it. Sorry. Walker wouldn't have done that though. We just said McDirk's healing light.
Well, kind of shrugs and he says, without looking over, he says, "It sounds a bit pretentious." You say it out loud like that?
Healing?
No, I just
No. Healing.
Healing is very pretentious.
when you attach my name to it, lots of people can heal.
We could just call it.
Maybe I should leave the naming to Simon. Unless
Walker
I could come up with-
shrugs vaguely at that.
I'll think on it. Goes back to carefully tending his probably battered holy symbol. Not
Carefully
it's not battered.
applying the treatment to every nook and cranny.
Taking his time.
Walker will offer, if once he's done that, Walker will also offer some wood stain if he wants to redo it. If Owen's holy symbol ever been in a certain kind of stain, or if it's like certain kind of wood, Walker would offer the appropriate, extra treatment for it, whether it be
whatever
a
he can
specific
do
kind of
to
stain or whatever.
help it survive a little more. So-
Owen does insist on doing all of the work himself.
Understandable. Walker is also busy working on his own thing.
So Owen and Walker play with their wood for the rest of the day. In history, for Simon to work out, and Sophia, you are going to get tattoos.
Their exercise is just trying to pull Simon in two different directions and seeing who gets more when he rips in half. Like a wishbone.
Oh my god, they each grab one leg and just fucking pull.
It's like, yeah, magical healing to fix them up afterwards.
I don't think Owen's healing's that good. Yeah, Owen's amputated a leg before that.
Yeah.
He's definitely done his fair share of amputations.
Anyway, so, Sophia, you were going to get a tattoo. We're getting one or two. How many were you getting?
She's getting one new tattoo and other tattoos that she's had previously get some work on. She described basically what her and the other tattoo artist she was working with were going for, and asking him for his own perspective on how to adjust a few details that she hasn't quite gotten the vibe that she wants from it.
Okay, so some tweaking and adding for a couple, and then one whole new one.
Yep.
That's gonna run you probably. You want it to be nice, right?
Yeah, Sophia wants very
yeah,
tattoos.
probably
She already
about
has
4 gold, 5 silver. Total.
Cool.
Gets all of that done for you.
On the way back, she'll browse through a few knickknacks of the marketplace and then head back, but as if she's like, procrastinating slightly.
There's no knickknacks in the marketplace. There's only drunken belligerents there.
Oh, but I thought he said a few merchants were still.
Yeah, no,
setting up shop.
there are many merchants set up now. Like, there's plenty to browse through at this point. There is.
I mean, they'd want to make money out of this.
Not necessarily weapons and armor. Most of that, from what you're gathering, like even just walking through it in the evening when it's kind of died down some after getting all of your tattoo work done, like it's still like people are like, oh, you're fighting in the war, and they're like, yeah, and then they'll be like, well, what do you have? And they'd be like, show off the weapon. Smith's like, no, that's garbage. Here, and just giving him a sword. Use this. This will cut down 20 more red band.
Well, where have these guys been when I've been scrounging for fucking clothes for my boys? What the hell, man?
It's almost like positivity breeds kindness.
Son of a bitch.
That's the most reading rainbow shit I've ever heard you say.
Oh, I guess. Sounds like a incantation to begin a spell in like Final Fantasy Tactics.
I just got back, but that was pretty good, Vin. Thanks.
Thanks, William. I don't know why you were thanking me for my joke. That was weird.
Because it's a joke for me. No one else was. No, that wasn't for anyone else.
I don't know that no one else here has played Final Fantasy Tactics.
Has anyone played Final Fantasy Tactics?
Let's not get off topic. Anyway.
No, Mitchell's right. You deserve to die for being positive.
So, eventually, come sundown or so, Walker.
Go back before that.
Okay, before sundown. Yeah, by the time you get back, Walker, like, you can start work on new stuff, but everything that's done is as nice as it's gonna get.
Yeah, no, Walker's done. He is putting his tools away, assuming Owen's also done. And he is going to put them away in his bag as neatly as possible. And he is going to be ready to go.
Whoa. Takes me all day to work on my fucking...
Probably...
Yeah, I got shit to do, man.
Okay.
What do you mean?
Yeah. What did you need to do?
I gotta go. Owen's gotta go out to the...
I'm going to
boys.
interrupt you, Nick. I'm sorry, but there is one last thing I want Walker to say to Owen during their little work thing.
Oh, okay.
After Sophia leaves.
Okay.
Walker will place his symbol down on the table and look towards Owen. Owen, have you considered what would happen if you were to die on this expedition?
Owen's hands, he's kind of focused on what he's doing, but at Walker's words, they kind of stop, and his back straightens a little bit, and he takes a second to answer, and then he says, I have thought about it. Yes.
I have as well, so I decided to write that a letter the other day. If there's anything you want to see done, if you were to perish, you should see it written down. Keep it somewhere safe.
I'll do that.
Walker nods. He'll go back to working, but after a moment he will comment on, it's something all of us should do. I'll be sure to let the others know.
It seems, after all the waiting we've done, all the preparation, it seems that the time is now against us. There is so much to do. Too much to do before we leave.
Maybe so. We'll see this done. I don't see us failing in this task, though. I can see some of us not coming back.
There's a risk that all those who step onto the road take this kind of road anyway.
Walker nods. I'm sure everyone understands, but it's something all of us will have to at least face before we leave.
Aye. Owen's quiet for a moment, and then he kind of smiles and he says, I doubt Ishri will be pleased about writing things down.
Maybe not. But I'm sure she'll do it anyway.
I should go. I've got some people to see before tonight.
Walker just nods. As Owen's getting up to go, he would hear Walker comment as he begins to put his things away. Hope she doesn't regret having helped us.
So do I. Owen's going to fix his charm back onto its customary position on his wrist, and then he's going to go interrupt the drawing and quartering of his dear friend Simon.
Little known fact: if he didn't put the charm back on, his wrist would have disintegrated in the sunlight.
Oh my God! Is Owen a vampire?
Oh no.
Just his wrist.
How dare you guess my secret, William?
Anyway, so you go out to interrupt Simon's training.
Sorry to interrupt, but Walker needs to see you all in the kitchen. There's something
Simon's sighs of relief.
This is like by the time everybody's back.
No, this was before Sophia got back, I thought.
a non-specific time during the day.
Okay, so that's good.
There's something that we both think everyone should do.
Everyone.
Aye.
Is it take another bath? Because that didn't go so well last time.
No, Ishri, it's nothing like that. Just some last minute. He'll explain.
Okay. Are you going out? Are you going to be okay? Do you need company? Do you want company?
I was just going to go and talk to the militia one last time, and then I was going to go see about talking with my father.
Do you want protection for either of those things? Probably more so the father.
Owen smiles a bit. I think I'll be alright, Ishri. The thing that Walker and I wish for you all to do is important, so best be about it.
Okay, well don't hesitate to contact us if you need help.
I will.
Ishra heads inside.
Walker, still there finishing touches on the bowl?
No, it wasn't bowl. It was the symbol.
I'm sorry, the symbol.
Yeah, and I think at that point Walker had already finished that, and it was just putting things away, reorganizing things, and getting ready to take things upstairs. I don't think he's expecting Owen to send everyone inside for this. So.
Yeah, well, he got them all. He's like getting up, he's got like everything in his bag, and then everyone's just inside. Like, huh?
They're all sweaty.
As the others stride towards him with purpose, Walker's gonna like look up to them, like wondering what's up.
What would you like for us to do?
Walker said you wanted to talk to us.
You fucked up, Mitchell. You fucked up. You called Owen
Fuck.
Walker. You pulled a me.
You see Evian's head explode as he breaks the fourth wall. Owen said you wanted to speak to us.
Right. Why don't you all sit down then? Or I guess if you want to stand Ishra, you can do that too.
Evian
Ishra-
will take a seat.
Ishra remains standing.
Simon sits.
I've been thinking about what might be the outcome of this little trip of ours. I don't see us failing, but I can see some of us not coming back. I'm sure you've all considered the possibility that you might die on this trip, but have you thought about what's going to happen afterwards? If you have anything
after death, or
That's right. If you have anything that needs to be said, or anything that you wish to be done, should you perish, I'd recommend writing it down, so that any letters can be sent off or last words read. Walker looks specifically to Ishri to see how she reacts to this.
Ishri looks, to be honest, a little bit confused. If I wanted to make sure you knew something, I would just tell you now.
Let me give you an example, Ishri. I've written 2 letters, and I've put them on my nightstand. And if I die, I would hope that you all have a look at them. One is for my family. I'd hope that you see it to them, or one of you at least. That is the type of thing I'm talking about. While I'm sure there's plenty you could say to us if you wish to, there might be something you'd wish to say to someone else. Your family, Ishri? I know it's been a long time since you've seen them, and it might be very difficult to see a letter to them, but, well, there's plenty of magic users amongst us.
I suppose if I die, you will all need to go to the Citadel without me. I can give you a list of names and people to talk to get information from. I can do that. Yes. But I don't know why I'd wait until I died to give you that information.
It's less of waiting till you die and more so writing it down for posterity.
Ishri shrugs and looks to Simon and says, "Can I have some paper, please?"
Simon nods, probably has to head up to his room. Yeah. And comes back with some paper.
Ishri, are you sure there's nothing you want to say to your children?
I haven't seen my children since they were babies. But I'll put a note. I'll put a note in here. of what you all should tell them. Because if I die, you'll need to go to the Citadel still. There's information there. Though I don't know anything else about them beyond their names. So.
I understand.
I'm sure when you get there, Artie will help you find everyone. You'll like her.
Excuse me while I check my notes to see if you've mentioned an Artie and I've written it down. Is that A-R-T?
A-R-D-E-E. She has. I have mentioned that name several times.
That's one of your children?
Hmm?
No, I was William asking. Sorry. Walker would know because it's when
That was. It is the name of one of her children, but she also said it in reference to someone else.
Right. I only have the one. Right. Well, we'll certainly be sure to speak to whoever needs to be spoken to, should that come to pass.
Ishtri immediately starts writing. She's very bad at it. It's very slow. Her tongue is stuck out the entire time, and she's concentrating very hard. But she can, in fact, write.
Wouldn't she write in Elvish?
She's gonna write in both, just in case Simon dies. Also, she hasn't even written in Elvish in several years. Because why the fuck would she write when she's alone in the wilderness?
Is it passable?
I mean, I assume you're asking me.
Either or?
I would assume yes, technically.
I mean, as long as the words can get across with some efforts, then, I mean, it won't need to be rewritten. William's wondering if this needs to be rewritten by someone. Ugh.
No, I mean, unless you want it to, sound better, you want to get, a ghostwriter for it.
Well, Hawker's not going to suggest that, as long as she can write. Ugh. Does Simon and Evian do the same thing?
Evian doesn't immediately, but he looks like he's thinking.
Well, as long as he is considering it, then that is enough for Walker. How about Simon?
Simon, I would say he kind of just floats around. He doesn't do anything when everyone starts writing their will, basically.
I think it's just Ishri at this point.
Oh, okay. Simon thinks for a second, but kind of just gets busy in something else, doing whatever.
Does he not really react to
Not really.
Walker's words?
No.
I think after a bit, once Ishri is well into writing her stuff, Walker will look to Simon. What is Simon doing?
Probably just writing down notes for spells and stuff at the moment at a table somewhere.
Simon, are you sure there's nothing you wish to leave behind?
I guess you guys could have my stuff, whatever's useful.
I don't mean like that.
Who? He sighs. What do I do?
There's surely something you care about, or else you wouldn't be doing something like this.
Simon just points at you and then looks around the room. I mean, you guys are all I care about at the moment. Yeah, there's people I care about besides you guys, but they don't know who I am anymore. Or just don't want to be involved with me, or they're dead. So, if I do die,
I guess whatever you feel is fit.
What about your research? Would you want someone to carry it on for you, get delivered to someone's hands?
I mean, someone's trustworthy, Kate possibly, but if one of you guys want to tackle it, he laughs a little bit.
Well, those are the sorts of things you'd want to write down.
As Simon says, if one of you guys wants to tackle it, Evian kind of looks up at him and says, I am quite good at tackling.
Yeah, like I was saying, though, I mean, that's the type of thing you're going to want to write down. Like if you want your research notes delivered to Kate or what have you.
Okay. And someone will pull out a fresh piece of paper and just write 2 lines in it. Give belongings to group. Give research to Kate. Or anyone that seems interested. And that is
Yep.
his will.
You don't have any unfinished business, Simon? Nothing you wish to see done? I know it's planning for the worst case scenario, but these are things you have to do.
Having a slight epiphany, Simon's gonna continue writing some names. These are some possible Soul Striders that I would like you not to kill, if possible.
Simon says that?
To Walker, he doesn't know. Like, I don't know if they're gonna be Soul Striders. I don't know. I don't know. But they were nice to me when I was a kid. And
They were nice to me, tell them not to come to school tomorrow.
basically, I mean, they protected me when I was at my lowest point, and I'd like to help them.
Does Simon like show off these names, or?
Yes, I'm gonna go over the names, which would be there would be Pike and Herman. That's his only 2 friends.
Pike and Herman. One's a fish and one's a normal ass guy. Does Walker recognize the names Pike and Herman?
Their names.
I mean, Walker recognized the name of the one Soul Strider. I guess it's
But
your
no,
last name,
you do
Herman.
not.
These
Don't even
guys
need
have-
to roll for that one.
These guys have surnames.
Maybe.
Walker's asking. Walker's asking.
Simon shrugs. I was kind of the outcast at school, so I really didn't get to talk to anybody when everyone's in training. So. And of course, you know about Jade. If possible, could you make sure she lives through all this? But they don't even know who I am at the moment, so.
You know, we'll do our best to see anything you wish done, but, well, I do hope you survive all this, Simon, that you're able to do so yourself.
Big plans ahead of us, Walker.
I'm well aware. Walker kind of just leans back in the chair, staring off into the distance for a bit, as the others either write or contemplate themselves. And he will let time pass. Walker pushes the time stream forward.
Thank you, Walker. Very cool.
Thank you, Walker, for
Pulls
pushing the time stream forward.
back.
Oh no!
No!
Ah!
After roll opposing something checks, time checks.
Roll opposing time stream grapple check.
Yeah, I need wisdom strength checks. to see who can hold on to the time strain higher. All right, carry on. Let's not get too distracted. Great. So, with that, eventually, a short while later, Sophia, you get done with your browsing and avoiding combat, and as you arrive back, you notice there is no one out front.
Sophia looks relieved and walks in the house.
Heading in, you see everything is getting cleaned up. Everyone's like I imagine at this point the dining room table is probably the cleanest and most empty it's been as everyone's preparing to leave.
Everybody's left the room by then?
Walker, are you still in there? Or?
Because everybody was writing at some point, like how long would they have been there?
If the others have fucked off, Walker will still be there.
Okay.
He's in a weird mood right
and no one
now.
had a lot to write, weirdly enough.
Ishri's writing a lot. Like, when she gets started, she has a lot. Ishri's gonna be there for, like, 2 hours.
Oh, okay, so...
It's
okay.
slow.
Okay, so Walker and Ishri would still be there, then.
Walker is clearly in a weird mood. He's kind of... Not moping, but, like, he's moping a bit. And, like, he's just staring off into the distance, kind of not super present, which is really weird for Walker for those who are more familiar with him.
Is everything all right?
She just like looks at Walker and then looks at Ishri writing. Sophia doesn't know Ishri very well, but assumes this is strange.
Walker closes his eyes and then looks to Sophia. As alright as it can be, given the circumstance, we're leaving tonight on a trip that could very well mean the death of more than one of us. More than one of us.
Fair enough. When you put it that way.
I know you've already said you don't intend to die on this.
No, I said I didn't intend to sacrifice my life for one of you.
Right. Well, I'm sure you know that you could still perish anyway. If you have anything that needs to be... If you want to write down anything that needs to be sent out, should you perish, we can always see a message sent the right way.
I can write something for you all, but I have more than one contingency plan if ever I don't ever come back. This is the first time I'm going out on a mission like this, but I've been working for the DHA for over 10 years now. Most of what I've done after the first 2 years could potentially have resulted in me dying at pretty much any point. I'm used to putting my well-being at risk.
I understand, but the offer is still open.
I appreciate it. And like I said, I'll probably write something down for you all to be able to pick up. But that'll probably mostly be contacts for the DHA to let them know what happened. I think my parents would rather know, at least vaguely, what happened.
I suppose perishing in attempts to stop weapons of mass destruction isn't the worst way to go.
I mean, it's probably better than the usual, which is just to help some druggies and try to stop a drug ring. So they'd probably be, if anything, happier with this, I suppose.
Dying in a bar fight.
It's more like dying in a ditch with some other druggies, being on an overdose, or either having been caught as a snitch.
Yeah, I guess there's a lot worse ways.
Which is why, like I said, I can't say I'm attached to you all enough to sacrifice my life at the moment, but dying for this kind of cause isn't... I suppose it wasn't as extreme, but dying for what I believe is right wouldn't be something I've never considered. Caused many issues in my life, but I believe that this is the right thing to do. At least to me.
I think as Sophia was wrapping up that little line of dialogue, I don't know what to call that, monologue, Walker was grabbing like the crate of supplies he had downstairs and began walking towards the stairs to bring it upstairs. And began actually packing it away. He doesn't say goodbye.
Okay.
But he would have, been down there long enough to hear the end of it.
Sophia will turn to Ishri and see that she is still busy writing, and then won't interrupt and go back upstairs.
Yeah, Ishri is concentrating very hard. She's not paying attention to anything anyone else is doing.
Sophia will go pack up the few things that she took out. Probably like a few books and putting it all together back in her bag.
So with that, you guys continue last minute preparations. Is there anything else you need to do? Things are being written out. Everything is being packed up. Owen, you wanted to go see your father? And I know you wanted to see the troops.
It was the militia first,
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Heading out through the
I heard some cars fireworks.
Canadian fireworks?
Oh, sorry, Canadian fireworks here in Texas.
Hey, Canadians are allowed in Texas.
No, they're not. They've been banned since 1932. Should have said 1980 something.
Sorry, Kim.
Sorry,
Ah, well,
you're banned.
that's okay. I wasn't planning on going to Texas anytime soon.
No one
Good
should.
choice.
It's a
Very
good
hot here.
choice. It's not good there. There's nothing good about Texas.
Austin's pretty good. It's just very hot.
Anyway, we get off track about that. That's twice now, 4th of July early 4th of July has gotten us off track. So,
We are
Owen, you head
legally
out.
Obligated.
You head out to the Rat Creek Militia. They are currently in the process of doing their daily training. Currently, it looks like it is a group of soldiers learning formations with spears, doing, spear and shield formations right now.
Do they have actual spears yet?
They do.
Bless.
They are slowly but surely getting armed up.
Does he so Owen's gonna do his classic move where he spends probably like a good 20 minutes just walking amongst people, talking to them. But this time he will be specifically keeping an eye out for Clive.
Is currently nowhere to be seen amongst the men training. You would presume he's probably in one of the tents.
Does he see? I don't understand why I'm so bad at remembering these people's names in particular.
Maybe try writing them down.
I think I've written the older guy's name down like 6 or 7 times.
You mean Bren?
Bren, his last name is
Ranum.
My bad. Does he see Ranum anywhere?
He is at the entrance to the largest of the quartermaster-esque tents.
Does he look busy?
He is currently sitting on a stool, and it looks like he is, essentially checking in and out weapons and armor. There's a line of people that he's just, switching in, he's taking a sword, handing a spear. Sword, handing a spear. They obviously still don't have enough weapons for everyone to be training on something at the same time.
Owen's gonna go and see if he can help with that. Maybe even if it's as simple as he's the guy who's passing the weapons as Ranum reads off the paper or whatever.
He doesn't immediately say anything. He just gives a nod. You immediately notice, much like Walker, this dude has very thorough, elaborate paperwork. It looks like he flips through, and what's slowing it down more than anything seems to be, much like a library book, each weapon and each set of a chest plate, each anything that they don't have enough of to go around, He has an entire history of who's used it.
Fuck.
Jesus.
Much like a library book.
Is that a known Morn thing? Is that how Morn people are? Very.
Well, you
are they,
wouldn't know
the
that.
Most...
You wouldn't know that.
Maybe Owen does.
I wouldn't know that.
Oh, do you want to give me a history check? See if you know a very obscure thing about Kid Mort outside of anything else you don't know?
I do not.
Okay.
You sure don't want to feel another.
We haven't had we're 2 hours in, no rolls yet.
Come on, make a roll.
I
Do it for-
I think
do it for
Owen
me, Nick.
just assumes that Ranum is a career quartermaster, and that's why he's thorough.
The Walker's just a weirdo.
But yes, he does. He is keeping very close care. You can now see that they have apparently put a numbering system onto like the base of the swords, right at the base of the blade next to the hilt. Along with the base of the spear tip as well on spears, things like that. The back of the shields each have a little. Almost like a maker's mark, but instead it's just numbers. And after a little while, get used to the. God,
Used to what?
I thought I had a thing here. Nope. Thought I had some background sounds. I'm not used to having background sounds back yet. I'm back for 3 weeks. I thought I had some stuff for training camps. I digress. So, yeah, he just gives you a nod as you start helping. Just things. Hey, good.
This can be expected. Did you hear about this morning?
Everyone's talking about Owen Soulsbane. Guy raises an eyebrow. True. You and yours alone. Out.
Aye, it's true.
Gives a nod. No, they weren't all powerful like they talk. They're flesh and blood, just like us, who strike.
They leave out the part where you almost succeeded, but it's true.
He, looks at you. What? They leave out what?
Kind of shakes his head a little bit. Never mind.
Where they almost succeed. But they didn't.
I suppose what matters is I am standing here and he is in the ground.
He gives a nod. Supplies keep building up. Everyone's ready. Not trained ready. They want to fight.
It is good. Have you received the supplies that the Heart Tender promised?
Not all at once, but based on what he is, it'll all be here before any fighting happens. Shipments are coming in waves.
That is good as well.
Lots of it coming from. Takes time to get here. People are paranoid traveling the roads now. Kind of purses his lips and shakes his head. Shrugs. Here. Red band. The things.
What things? Surely not bandits.
He kind of looks at you and narrows his eyes. Not exactly bandits, just unnatural things. Their stories, especially emotions. 50, 100 feet down where the main road out of Nache Duinne continues north. Especially all the people who come in through.
What do they say?
Talk of beasts of death. Anger. A bear that charges a camp in the middle of the night as they're settling down for dinner. That one was... They all almost didn't make it. But when they killed it, came back. Heathen blood. Burned skin. Undead, but were.
How many of these tales have you heard?
He shakes his head a bit. Not a lot, just occasionally. All manner of weird things. People to weird undeath, weird things you don't hear about too often in Ireland.
Or anywhere else for that matter?
Gives just a knowing nod.
I don't know about any bears, but as my father said this morning, time will come soon. We had best be ready.
He gives a nod. Be ready. All these men, all these women, everyone here to fight will be ready. Kind of pauses a bit. Have you know of the Torals, right?
Excuse me?
Give me a nature check.
Nature?
Yeah.
Owen's a naturey boy. Owen's a pretty naturey boy,
okay.
let me tell you, dude.
They are these massive, they're like smaller or like strange and less natural versions of like, how do I describe it? Like imagine a brachiosaurus without the long neck and with no tail, and built much chunkier and a little bit smaller.
Then, all I heard from that description was that you are claiming that there are brachiosaurs in Ireland.
No.
That's all I heard.
No.
I'm pretty sure that's
That's
actually
all
what I
I
heard,
heard.
too, like, out loud.
No.
All I heard
these
was that there's fucking dinosaurs in Garland.
Can I
and I
finish?
got really excited.
Can I
Are you saying
finish?
we can polymorph as a dinosaur?
I bet they have a T-Rex.
They are. They are vaguely, like, it is believed, at least. God, you got 20. This is fun. I love it when people roll high on nature. I get to lore dump. It is believed that they have some sort of connection to the Fey plane. They are very much like strange, natural, like creatures that, like, no one's seen a baby of this. No one has seen a like, they just have existed. There have been stories of them that have existed throughout.
Can you
But, like,
can you do me a favor and like, what did you say they were called?
Katolas.
Spell it. Can you spell it for me?
I hope I'm pronouncing that right. I wrote this, like, 2 years ago.
So Owen does know what he's talking about.
Yes. But yes, they are believed to be vaguely magical and not completely natural. Lots of stories from the old Gars. They don't seem to... They don't have eyes or a nose or a mouth. It's just kind of strange, almost spike-like tentacles that are about a foot long, maybe some a bit longer, throughout some of their back and on what would be their, air quotes, head. But they don't eat, they don't drink, they just kind of exist. And they, yeah, so yeah, you do know what he's talking about.
And is there like, is this another case where it's just like, oh yeah, those Katolas, you know?
No, they are a fairly fair thing, mostly only in Kinmore. Like, they mostly exist in a, like, sedentary state within, like, lakes and things where they will just sit for days to weeks on end, pretty much unmoving. No one really understands them. That makes sense.
Then I suppose in response to Random's question, one kind of rolls his shoulders and he looks out down the road and he says, "Aye, I've heard of him. Of it."
Pray tell, apparently one of them got very aggressive out on the Baranku. But maybe 15 people before they were able to get a militia together to put it down. He just shakes his head a bit. Strange things like happening. Don't know if it's... He just shakes his head. Roads are dangerous, people are... In the end, the point is, roads are dangerous, and people are very apt to want to travel in large packs. Safety. Things aren't coming as fast as they could be. But again, certainly will be.
Well, as I said, I don't know about all this, but as my father said, the time to be ready will come soon.
Be ready. Follow the order. All of us.
There is a chance that I will not be here when the time comes. I aim
Pauses
to-
for... He just kind of looks at you.
I aim to be. I aim to lead these men and women who have decided that freedom is worth fighting for into battle myself, but we don't always get to choose the time and place.
People. He kind of motions around him. Rolls something in one of the journals on the top. Like, as he shuts it, you can see it has, like, an emblazoned just sword on a leather, on, like, a leather front. It looks like it was amateurly done. He probably did it himself. And he, as he shuts it, he just kind of, as not demoralizing, but as unexpected as it is. All these men, these women, these guards, they wanted to follow you, but more than that, we've all pledged to fight for Garland.
It shouldn't be about me. They should not fight for me. They should fight for themselves, their friends, their families, their homes. That is far more important.
He gives a somber yet agreeing nod. Far, far more important, but whether or not it is, are still the one who they of the valley, we trust the one that we agreed to follow. So
I think a few days ago, Random, though they blend together, told you that I would be away for a while. There is something that I must do.
gives another knowing, sage-like nod. Days leading up to war, they always feel like weeks, sometimes months.
It is the waiting that gets to me sometimes. Battle itself is horrible enough, but the wait for one that you know is coming. Kind of shakes his head a little bit. Look after him. Random. If I
All
don't
looking
come
after
back.
each other. We always have in the Rat Creek. Whatever the case may be, I intend to fight this war alongside everyone else in Garland. No second guesses. Or leaving. We're all fighting. Gives a little half smile and kind of like brushes his hair, kind of sweaty, and he looks like he's been sitting here for a while. And as he just sits up, goes to start standing, shake your hand, and you hear like his back crack. He's probably been sitting for hours.
Owen's going to spare his pride and not help him get up or anything. He's an old soldier. He doesn't need help getting up. But he'll give him a hearty handshake, and he pulls him in when they grasp hands, and he says, "If it comes to it, trust Clive. He has done this before."
Did you give his real name previously?
I think I did. At least to Random, I did.
Yeah. Gives a nod. He'll do. For giving the Rat Creek. Thank you.
It was my pleasure.
Good luck on whatever it is you intend to do. Hope to see you bring back many more gold cloaks.
Owen gives him a sad smile and takes his leave.
Guys, make your way. Eventually. Anything else, Owen?
I think Owen's going to take a scenic route back towards the general direction of the Eastern Keep. Just kind of taking in the city as he goes. And he'll be keeping an eye out, but mostly an ear out for his father in the square. to locate him.
As you head through the square, he is still there. There are some other soldiers there as well. It is, you know, it's getting close to probably nearing sundown at this point. Everyone else has made their way back. You wait a moment as he finishes a conversation with someone. It's strange. He's not in any sort of battle regalia. He is wearing... Excuse me, forgot how to drink water. Whew. He is wearing his, you know, traditional Kintaran kilt. He has a sash on, but other than that, there's no weapon at his side or anything. And
Does he look like Owen usually does in town?
But without a shirt on.
Oh, he's shirtless. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I should have figured that.
Yeah.
My bad.
Hey, if you're that big, it takes a lot to get you to put a shirt on.
To make a to wear a shirt. To make a shirt that
But
big.
he is similarly to how Owen would dress normally, just without the shirt.
Owen should go shirtless more often.
Owen needs to crank that strength up to like 18 so he's chiseled.
I don't really know what to say. I had the picture of Angus like in my head, and he was a certain way, like he was dressed a certain way, and then that image suddenly shifted to him being shirtless, and now I'm a little bit frazzled.
Oh,
You're a bit flustered.
But anyway, yeah. He is, after a moment, he does catch sight of you and just kind of turns toward. Is not the man of the hour. Looks to you and just waits.
That was quite the speech this morning, Father.
You all the chance you can get. Pry these bindings. Rest them in the hands of the band.
Mother said you would be busy today, but kind of glances around to make sure nobody's in easy earshot.
It's very loud. Like, there's just general crowd, but like keeping things between you two is easy enough.
I just wanted to let you know we'll be about it tonight. Soon.
He gives a nod. Been here for a while with a plan since the meeting. I expected as much from you.
I told Mother this morning I had so much to say, but Father, I'm glad. I'm glad that I could find a way home, and I am glad to be here now with you and everyone else.
He pauses for a moment, looks to you. As I'm sure your mother has told you many more years of being with everyone else ahead of you.
That she did.
Gives a quiet nod. Everything. I am not one to believe in a destiny beyond your own, but speak of a being that gives you powers, your arcane ability. Speak of kindness, of forgiveness. Seems all of it led you to this. This march. Its ability to get even, to get vengeance, to get our homes again. I'm not going to claim to understand it, only to be happy that you do. Grateful that you have a chance to fix things for all of our family.
Oh, and he straightens his shoulders, stands up straight. You will see it done, Father. Till next we meet. And he holds out his hand, kind of lamely, like he doesn't really know what to do, and he settled on a handshake.
He starts to shake your hand and then looks to you. We, your ancestors, would be proud. Gwyn would be proud of what you've become.
Thank you, Father.
He pauses for a moment, still holding your arm, just kind of a half handshake. Quite well, Owen. For this not be your last battle. And he puts his other arm on your shoulder. Mother and I will be waiting for your return.
And until I see you again.
Bye. Till next time. Until you returned.
Farewell, Father. And Owen, as he breaks the embrace, I guess. It's not really an embrace, but you know what I mean.
The half hug thing. You know?
He starts to head back towards the McDurk house, but he does pause a couple dozen feet away, and he does look back.
Give me a perception check.
I already know when I roll low. I already know what is happening.
Think huge.
God.
Boom!
I was expecting it to be low.
You catch him like looking off after you and like specifically like turning, start speaking to someone else as you turn around to look at him.
He was gonna cry. I'm gonna cry. I'm sad. Owen blinks back a few tears and then heads back to the McDurk temporary residence.
First name for any house in any fiction. And as you guys make your way back, we will go ahead and take a quick break.
Obama.
That's not how I wanted to reopen it. Obama. Anyway, so yes, Owen, you make your way back to the house. Everyone is there at this point. What are y'all doing?
Does anything arrive at the house, Robert, throughout the day?
There is a very it would probably be like shortly before Owen got there. They spent a while looking, but they were able to find, it looks like it was something that someone who lived there pretty much hand drew as a favor to someone, like today.
Oh.
Like the ink's barely dry type of thing. This is not like city plans or anything like that. This is like somebody who lived there doing their best to try and draw the town from memory.
That's very garish.
Yeah. Yeah, I love the idea that Walker thinks that there's city planners in Garland.
I mean,
The plan is for the city to keep growing.
There were in the Rat Creek.
Yeah, there were. I've also established the Rat Creek descends a lot more from Lenorian culture.
I know.
I love the idea that they're like, all right, well, we need to lay out the roads first so that they're more efficient, not just, fuck it, put a house next to that one.
Are you referencing your fucking purgatory, Vin?
I am now.
Moving on.
So, hopefully Mitchell comes back and gets his power back.
Walker gets a map of Veralis. Does he also get one of Kintaran land?
Yeah, the one of Kintaran land is very much like, it's, again, it's very similar. It's a little bit more detailed. It looks like someone did like a quick copy of like a more elaborate map. And it's the kind of thing that like, you pretty much already knew. So like, you could have done this kind of thing on your own, and just drawing it down. It writes out like rough travel times and things like that.
As Walker will be committing the Kintaran map to memory first.
And if you guys give me a reminder after the session, I will give you the actual maps for this, one of which is half finished, the other of which exists but isn't finished.
I'll try.
Through the maps. That's pretty good.
Why do you think I was hoping for Mitchell to give me an ETA so I would have time to finish these maps this session?
I mean, hey, if you want me to go on another hour-long monologue, I can.
Okay, I think I took care of the reminder.
Okay. Anyway. So. Yep. I apologize. I cut you off. Go on.
So probably right around the time Owen gets back, it's taken her several hours. Ishri has written 3 letters. The first 2, she looked very concentrated while she was writing. The last one, she looked like very happy, and her face almost looked like she was blushing while she was writing it. None of them are folded over or sealed. 2 of them are in the devil tongue, but the top one is in the. I'm sorry. 2 of them are in Elvish, and the top one, as she hands the stack to Walker, the top one is in Lenorian, and he could 100% read it as she hands it to him. But she just goes up to Walker and she says, so I wrote these 3. The top one is for all of you, and the last 2 are to give to people when you get to the Citadel.
Right. I'll put this in the drawer in my room with the ones I've written. That way they're all in the same place.
Do you want me to send you what the top one says?
I mean, if there's some stuff immediately, if Walker glances and sees something, I mean, you can tell me what it says. But Walker's not going to, violate privacy, unlike some people.
They're not folded. She has not folded any of them.
Well, like I said, if Walker sees some words by glancing, you can tell me what they are.
Yeah, tell him the juicy glancing detail.
The glance, that's okay.
Oh, I sent him it. So one of them says Shynwatch on it, but the one in Lenorian, but she misspelled the word shine. The second one says Artie the trainer, and the last one says Rogand, and then she wrote in smaller letters, or if Owen wants to learn something.
What does it mean?
What the fuck? Right. Walker, like you said, he's gonna deliver them upstairs to the drawer in question.
And then Ishri stands there for about 3 seconds, and then grabs whoever's free and drags them outside to keep training.
Oh, who's free? Who's getting dragged out?
Obviously, Ram and Evian.
Mhm.
What's Simon doing?
Uh-oh.
Then,
Yeah.
did I get anything with my stuff? Did she end
You
up
would have
joining
gotten,
the
yeah,
scroll
during
box?
the time you were gone, you would have gotten drop off with the scroll that you needed.
Simon's gonna keep himself busy and summon his familiar.
So I imagine Simon had the chance to already copy it into a spell book, and now he's just now doing the one thing.
Yeah. So you see Simon just collect his things and obviously getting ready for something.
What about Sophia? Does she look busy?
Is she back? Oh, if Sophia is back.
Yeah, everyone's here.
She's been there for a while. She just saw Ishri writing and she didn't want to disturb her since she looked super concentrated. So Sophia's upstairs somewhere, probably. She might be reading a book, if anything.
Uh-oh.
Good. Oh, good. So Ishri burst into Sophia's room without knocking.
Oh,
'Cause that is Ishri.
hello?
Oh, Sophia, I see you're back. I finished writing the letters upon my death, so you should come outside and train with us. Thank you for waiting. I know you wanted to train right away, so I apologize for making you wait, but Walker wanted me to write some things down.
Sure. She'll very reluctantly and very slowly put down her book and follow along with Ishri.
What weapons can you use? What do you need to learn something?
Weapons, yes. Well, I have this, and she takes out, out of her backpack, a dagger.
I guess. Do you want a real sword?
What does a real sword entail?
Well, they tend to be longer, for one.
Yes. Don't they tend to also be quite heavy?
Well, yes, but they're not that heavy.
Okay.
Ishri kind of grabs Sophia's arms and kind of squeezes them.
So he's like, what are you doing?
Oh, let's stick to the dagger. I'll show you some things.
Yeah, Sophia's strength is 9, by the way.
Yeah. So Ishri will drag Sophia outside, and she and the lads will all train.
Sophia will be trying to get out of some of it because she's obviously not in shape. She can walk for a long period of time, but that's about all she can do for working out.
Ishri is focusing on Sophia.
Oh my.
Sophia's clearly doesn't want to say no and disappoint Ishri, but also is having a hard time.
What are Walker and Owen doing?
I don't know.
Oh, that sounds like nothing to me.
I'm actually trying. I'm waiting for fucking Simon to say Logan to say what Simon's doing. Is Simon preparing a ritual?
Simon's
Because
working.
if
Simon will probably do it outside, of course. I don't know, in the courtyard. So he'll collect things. Might take him 10 minutes just to collect the stuff.
Are you saying we're gonna walk
can you
into
give me some
Simon
specifics? Because
as we go outside to work out?
You see him
I need
collecting fucking magic stuff. You've seen him collect this stuff before. You know what's going down.
Because if Walker knows there's gonna be some magic stuff, Walker's gonna be watching, observing.
Simon starts heading out, and I'm guessing Simon will
Walker
make eye contact.
stalks him.
Simon will
outside.
motion Walker to go with him.
Walker is walking. Damn it! Walker's heading with him. Fuck!
No, you can't say it.
I can't say it. I legally can't say Walker ever walks. He only runs. Dogs. Strolls even.
What's Owen doing?
Does he strut?
Struts on occasion.
So when Owen gets back, I don't know when that is in relation to what else is happening.
Probably a few minutes before chaos and probably a little while because Ishri had to finish her thing before. Yeah, so say half an hour before all this chaos.
When he gets back, he's moving slowly. His eyes are kind of unfocused. He's subconsciously like he's holding his right hand and kind of rubbing at his left the left side of his chest, and he looks a bit dazed almost, and he kind of like if there's a gate, like he kind of almost mechanically like opens the gate, shuts the gate, walks slowly up through the garden, like again mechanically nods to the guard, enters the house, and like the whole while he looks like he's in a daze or his mind is far away or something like that. And if nobody stops him, he's going to like in the same manner, like enter the house, come to the dining room, pull out a chair, sit down, and like just kind of like stare at his hands for a little while.
So then Ishri kidnaps him.
Yeah, so in that case, Ishri's rounding people up and she sees Owen. She goes, Owen, are you okay?
He blinks a few times, as if he has just noticed that you're there. Oh, Ishri, I'm sorry, what did you say?
What's wrong? Is something wrong?
I've just been to speak to my father.
Are you hurt in any way? Ishri gets like really close to him and starts like looking for signs of wounds.
He seems physically fine, and he kind of like he looks back to his hands and then kind of rubs his heart again, and he says, I said goodbye, and Ishri, have you ever felt like there was something missing, but you weren't sure what it was, and then somebody did something or said something that was important to you, and that hole, instead of a hole, like you were missing something, you became whole, like complete.
One time, when I was first trained to be an Ember, I almost forgot to bring my crossbow with me on a scouting trip, and then Artie reminded me, like that.
I suppose if it was an important crossbow, for most of my life, all I've wanted was, well, maybe not all I've wanted, but I wanted my father to tell me that he was proud of me, to tell me that I was not just a boy, but I was his son. Past few years, I suppose I kind of forgot about that. But then he did, and truth be told, it's hard to, it's one thing to imagine getting something that you've wanted for a long time, but then to have it.
Well, that's wonderful. Why do you seem upset?
It's not. I'm doing a bad job of explaining it. I guess part of me wasn't expecting him sorry, Ishri. I'm doing a bad job of explaining it.
It's okay. I don't think I would understand anyway, considering I don't know who my parents are. But we're all going outside if you'd like to come. Or I'm sure someone will go on a walk with you if you'd like, or something. What to think? Or train. Sophia's... Her arms kind of look like yours, so you might be able to be a better help to her of how to use a sword than I am.
Glenn chuckles a little bit. I'll tell you what, Ishri, why don't you let me write some letters and then I'll come and join you.
Oh, the death letters? Have fun. Lovely.
Aye. But it has to be done.
Ishri just kind of shrugs and says, we all die eventually. It's good to be reminded of that sometimes. And then she goes and finds the people who she was dragging outside with her and, reconvenes them and drags them outside again.
Guys, make your way outside, Simon, finding a way to avoid training, but instead working on something of his own. Day is yours, whatever you guys wish to do for the rest of it. Evening, I suppose, now.
Find Familiar takes an hour to cast, if I recall, on top of the 10-minute ritual casting time.
It does, yes. You're correct.
So I imagine during that time, Walker would be asking a few questions, because he knows a little bit about this because of our talk with our planning thing. So I imagine Simon mentions, there's a spell that can be used to conjure a magical, creature that can do your bidding, and we can use that to scout. Would that be more along the lines of what he said?
Yeah.
So Walker would be asking about the process of, how does one magically summon a creature, things like that.
I have no how to answer that. First you have to have your... I'm trying to think of the word. You have to have your supplies. You have to start and then you'll start doing the... Isn't it a circle you have to do? Or, how does it even work? How do you even cast the spell? I've been reading it.
Well, you burn incense in a bronze brazier or something like that. Or brazier? What the fuck is it?
It doesn't even tell me how it works, how it...
A brazier?
Oftentimes, the description of a spell will be left deliberately vague so that you can
it's up to you,
how
though.
your character casts.
I love the idea of burning it in a fucking bronze bra.
Listen, I can never remember the difference between those two.
So similar.
Well,
I don't mean the function. I mean the fucking spelling and pronunciation. Fucking asshole.
One is for titty support. The other is for burning things, William. It's pretty simple.
Listen, all I'm saying is I've heard people burning the titty support. That's all I'm saying.
I'm saying you can't. Just that's what it's for.
Well, I believe Simon would be burning his essence or whatever it's called.
Incense.
Incense, thank you. I don't want it.
He's burning his essence.
No, it was the because we had to burn our essence in the Shadowfell.
Well, Simon didn't do that either.
And he's just focusing on the spell in front of him. This is his first time casting the spell.
We'll leave most of the questions until after the creature is summoned. I'll have some more specific in-character stuff.
And he just sits there focusing for almost an hour. Maybe moving around a bit. Sprinkling stuff here or there. What is it? Oh, charcoal. And
Walker is just watching, taking in the scene of the magic being cast, so that he might learn from it and maybe make his own funny friend.
Oh,
I don't know.
God, is this why?
Walker's Familiar is definitely a dog of some kind, right?
Oh, 100%.
it's a bloodhound.
It's a golden retriever.
Shit, that'd be pretty cool. It's not a golden retriever. It's definitely a bloodhound.
It's definitely like
It's a goldfish.
Like a hunting dog.
He fucks up and gets a golden retriever.
He fucks up and gets a goldfish.
Chihuahua.
Give that fucker a goldfish. That's what Walker
Goldfish.
gets.
And it dies instantly because he doesn't have a bowl ready.
Walker's mouth is a bowl.
Whoa.
Listen, Mom's here.
Wait. Are you saying that Walker's mouth can be used to cast Owen's version of clairvoyance?
It's pretty significant.
Is Walker significant? Though?
Does he have I hate myself for going along with this conversation.
Oh, it's very bad to imagine. Anyway. Your Walker watches. Busy eyes.
So, you watch as Simon begins the preparations and the long ritual of creating a familiar. Meanwhile, the sounds of training, the clashing of weapons, combat. Sophia got dragged along, correct?
Oh yeah.
Yep, Sophia got dragged along. She doesn't know what she's doing there, but she's there.
Kicking and
Yeah,
screaming.
what are we making Sophia do today?
So Ishri is just training her in the basics of fighting with the dagger. So she's like trying to make sure that her stance is okay, and that she's like quick. And I've said this like 5 times, but Ishri is a very, very good trainer. Like she's weirdly, really, really good at it. But she's just trying to keep Sophia alive.
Sophia seems like she at least vaguely knows how to use a dagger. She just uses it more in a it looks like she's more used to tossing a dagger than she is to actually fight hand in hand with it.
To which Ishri says, "You know, if you toss it away, you won't have one. So when the second person, oh my gosh!"
And then Sophia just takes out a second dagger that she has out of a boot, and she's like, "But then I have this one."
Well, then your enemy has an extra dagger.
I like that Hannah's not responding because she has to think.
Walker needs to join this conversation because he has a fucking bone to pick with people who throw daggers.
Oh.
I think seeing out Walker walks up. You know, every time you throw a dagger, you give your enemy an extra weapon, right?
Yeah, but usually by that point I'm running away.
If you run away, then what's stopping them from throwing the dagger back at you?
That's a very good point. I guess I just hope they're not going to throw it back, and by that point I'll be far enough away.
All I'm saying is a short sword is a far more reliable and concealable weapon. I'll say it's more concealable, but you know what I mean.
But it's also heavier.
Well, how much? A pound? 2?
Ishri whispers very loudly so everyone can hear, but trying to be coy, to Walker. She's very, very weak.
She's actually kind of blushing, like she's slightly embarrassed, but also finds this hilarious.
I'll say that's rude, but I don't think I have any room to speak. Either way, but you agree, don't you, Ishri?
Yes. I mean, you should always use a longer weapon.
I mean, I don't disagree, but I also agree with Ishri's previous point.
Williams, what was Ishri's previous point?
It's very weak.
Oh, she's pretty. Right.
I have a flowing platform to carry my stuff for me.
Maybe we should give.
You've seen this before. It's a floating disc that she occasionally conjures when she's tired and wants something to carry her stuff for her.
Maybe we should give her all the extra rations so that she can, strengthen up a little bit.
Sophia just is behind Ishri at this point, I'm assuming, and just shakes her head. I think it's fine, Ishri.
Might be better to ask someone we just met to carry all of our things for us.
I mean, I wouldn't find it rude. I just,
Exactly. It'd be training.
Sure. I mean, I don't disagree that this would be, like, a good thing, but also, how about we don't?
Well, if you do want to practice something a bit larger, Walker's going to pull a wooden training sword from his bag. You could always try using this.
Sure. And she just kind of looks at it as if she's never like held a sword for more than a minute or more than decoration. Sure.
If Alan wasn't busy, it would be excellent to continue his training by having him teach you what he knows already, but
What
kind of
Simon
glances back
knows?
over him. Yeah, I've been teaching him quite a bit, at least on our journey so far. He's come a long way, though. I'd say he still needs a lot of work.
Usually teaching works best by somebody who knows the material well.
Yes, but teaching something is a great way to learn more about it.
I suppose. I usually try to learn enough to be able to teach when it comes to book material, but I always recommend my students who are starting off to ask somebody who is more versed in actually teaching that.
You have students?
Not for long. I've tried out teaching. It's not really my thing. I tend to become friends with the students instead of, being a teacher.
Can't say I'm familiar with the concept.
My parents tried to encourage me to a safer career path.
Sure, you worked as a trainer, didn't you?
Technically, I was in Ember in training, but I spent much of my downtime. Yes, I spent much of my downtime later, afterwards, training other people. I find it very rewarding. It's fun. It's very nice.
Rewarding, how so? This thing I mentioned earlier, teaching makes you more knowledgeable on the subject?
Well, yes, there's that, but, it's nice to know that the people you're training are less likely to die,
I can get behind that. All of my experience in that was training with my old bounty hunting friends. Bounty hunting group is what Walker would have said. Apologies. Some of them weren't that skilled when we started out.
I remember Forley was bad, though. The training wasn't enough for him. He still died, but it is what it is. Sometimes that happens. You train people, you think.
It wasn't
you
that.
train other people.
Was that your child's name?
Oh, Ishri turns pale for a second. Yes. How do you name your children?
You're asking me?
The two of she looks to both of the people who are here.
I don't
There's-
exactly have children.
A lot of people will find different signification for naming their children, such as previous relatives, and sometimes it's just whatever they think sounds nice or whatever they picked up from another place.
Pretty sure that's what my parents did for my name.
They name you because it sounds nice. The name, the important thing that everyone calls you for the rest of your life, because it sounds nice.
Like my dad was named after his grandfather or something. Or kind of
They
waves
do a
his
lot
hand
in very
vaguely.
like royal type of families. They'll do it a lot. Name people after previous relatives, and then they'll be the first and the second and whatever go on.
Oh, sometimes there's juniors, right?
Mm-hmm.
If someone names their child after themselves, they'll be like, Ishri Senior and Ishri Junior.
I suppose that makes sense if it's not a little confusing. But well, where I'm from, you name your children after heroes, right? So Ishri is the name of an Ember who was, she was known for fighting flying monsters and there's lots of grand stories and lore. Much of it's legend. Things like that. You name your children after heroes, right? To inspire them to be better. But I named my children after people important to me. So my children are named Artie and Forley after two very important people to me. That's frowned upon where I come from.
Well, you'll receive no judgment for that here. Though, as far as naming people after heroes, it seems like that'd be a very good way to have a shallow pool of names.
Well, names will have to come from somewhere initially.
Did you know a lot of Ishris?
A couple, I suppose. I mean, there's a lot of heroes.
Do you have a last name? Or a family name, surname?
Oh, a what?
My name is Moses Walker. Moses being my first name, Walker being my family name. I suppose without there being families, it wouldn't be quite that, but how do you tell the difference between people with the same name?
You point?
You point. Doesn't seem very efficient to me.
Context? You know how sometimes two words can sound the same, but they have different meaning?
Yes, I know how that works, Ishri, but what if two people in your society are named the same, but also things? Like they're both, Embers.
Yeah, if two Embers are both Ishri, then
It seems adding context to everything you say when referring to a person. Fuck you, then shut up. It seems like adding context to literally everything you say when referring to a person is far more inefficient than just giving people last names or two names.
I guess that's just twice as many names to remember. It seems overly complicated.
Do you have trouble remembering one name?
Sometimes, yes.
Walker looks around to others who might be listening in.
Especially if
not sure how to respond to that one.
Especially if there's just random pretty letters put together.
Trying to say something, Ishri. Walker looks almost offended.
Does Sophia sound strange to you?
It just seems like a waste of a name, you know?
I'm so sorry. Hannah's killing me with this.
Walker just looks to Sophia to see if she's like taking offense to this.
She looks very quizzical with an eyebrow raised.
And where did the heroes get their name from initially? Was there always just heroes that just were born with names? Predestined to be the pool of names for all the future generations?
Ishri looks a little confused for a second. Maybe I've always kind of suspected that maybe there's a lot of stories about, say, Ishri, right? Maybe it's just several people named Ishri kind of smashed into one. So maybe there was one important Ishri in the beginning, and I don't know where she would have gotten.
Okay, then if for that first Ishri, was she just a person given fancy letters put together?
No, I suppose she probably got it from an important Ishri herself.
But there had to be a first important Ishri. There can't be infinite important Ishris.
She just nods.
So was the first one just pretty letters? Or is it meaningless?
No, that can't be true.
I feel like you're just assigning meaning. The way you're assigning meaning here is a bit nebulous and unnecessary. Everyone just has a name. It's not important to dwell on the reasoning. It's kind of shallow.
In some cases it can be important, in other cases it can be...
Honestly, I think your method of naming is far better than naming people after random heroes.
I don't disagree with you, but I don't think for the reasons that you are thinking of.
I mean, the names you gave seem to have true meaning, something personal to you, whereas naming someone after a legend is just kind of setting them up for failure.
Ishri looks really sad for a moment and just nods. Yes, that happens.
It seems like it's basically putting someone next to a yardstick. Fuck, are yards a thing then?
I mean,
yardstick's a thing?
Yardsticks? Not really.
It's like giving a child an unfair comparison for their entire lives. It's almost cruel.
Ishri nods and says, the Forley, the one that my child was named after.
Mm-hmm.
It's like that. He well, Forley, the legendary one, right? So there's 3 Forleys. The legendary one, right, was Forley the weakest, as he was usually called. The sort of hero who would, solve his problems not through brute strength, but through reasoning and being smart and clever and whatever. And well, my friend, who was named after him, it inspired him, right, to be an Ember himself. And my Forley was never, very strong. He was the sort, right, who was really good at bringing people together and being crafty and clever. And
Your friend Forley, your child Forley.
My friend.
Right.
But he wasn't good enough, I try as I might. We trained a lot together, and I tried to prepare him, but he could never live up to the story, And he died before he could even ever be an Ember. There's nothing we could do about it. So yes, I agree. The stories give unreasonable expectations.
We have my condolences for your friend, Ishri.
People die. That's what happens.
Does Ishri, looking at her, does she seem to just like she's brushing it off as if it doesn't matter? Does she like, she's saying it as if it doesn't matter, but does she actually care that her friend's dead?
Oh yeah, Ishri looks pretty torn. Like she you can tell she's trying to brush it off a little bit, but she looks pretty upset.
Well, I believe that your reasoning for calling your child after him is very noble one. Just a reminder of somebody that you cared a lot for.
Thinking about it, we're kind of like that here. Take Owen, for example. I mean, it's his family name, not his actual name, but there's the legend of the McDurks is pretty, well known. Owen, come here.
Are you guys are outside, right?
Yeah. Walker's calling in after him.
There's a moment that goes by, and then there's some muffled grumbling, and he appears out the front door and says, "What is it?"
We're talking about names and naming people after other people. Apparently, True Society has an interesting method of doing that, but that's neither here nor there. I'll tell her about how your family has kept the same name for a long time, and it originated with a rather famous person. I thought you might want to tell the story yourself.
Oh, I have a lot to say on the matter of names. He makes his way out of the house and joins the circle.
Walker gives a brief summary of the conversation so far, specifically Ishri's society only having one name and typically naming children after heroes of some kind. And then then mentioning how Ishri herself named her children after people she's lost.
Oh, I didn't lose Artie. She'll correct you. Artie's still alive. When you go to the Citadel, we'll have to find her. She's the one who's afraid of horses. Who told me to be wary of horses.
It takes Walker a moment to remember that everything there is undead. Right.
Well, I'm sorry about your friend, Ishri, but naming someone after someone that was important to you, that's, I'd say, fairly common here. Lots of people can empathize with that.
Like I said.
As for living up to expectations, I know a thing or two about that. People who know the McDurk name, they say, "Oh, you're a McDurk. Oh, you must be capable of great deeds." There's expectations that goes along with the name that, I didn't ask to be born the McDurk. That's just how it is.
Did your mother know this? Perhaps she could have given you a different name.
I don't think she would have, given the choice.
Like I said, it's your family name.
Even still, my mother, like many Gars, is proud. She's proud of who she is and her people and their story. And so even though my mother was not born a MacDurk, she fell in love with my father and she was happy to have his children. Happy to
Right.
give them the name.
To clarify, Ishri, when couples come together, typically they'll take one of the two's family name and share that.
Ishri's nodding slowly, only slightly comprehending.
In my case, my family name is Amblas, which is a name from my mother's family.
Hang on a second. Walker's gonna have a bit of a response here, but I fucking can't remember what fucking his mother's at first her maiden name was. Was it Ballastven? I didn't fucking write it down.
Yes, she was born Ballast.
For me, my father's surname was Walker, but my mother's maiden name was Ballast. She took my father's name when they wed.
In my case, my father actually didn't have a family name because he didn't know his his family long enough to actually know if they had one.
Why is the woman taking the man's name? Is not she the one giving birth to the children?
Well,
Is it different here? And she looks at Owen, to the doctor.
shh.
Actually,
I don't know if you.
that's not what it's about. I mean, Sophia just said that her father took her mother's name.
I don't know if you remember my situation exactly, Ishri, but my mother wasn't exactly attached to her family name,
I suppose that's fair.
and Walker just looks Sophie in the eyes before returning his gaze to Ishri. Now let's not talk about that here. That specific part. Or, I'm sorry, he would have said, let's not talk about the why. All right?
Mhm.
Okay.
I just for me, we don't have the second weird name for some reason because we
Surname,
don't
family
understand
name.
pointing in context. But the one thing a mother gets to give her children is their name. So
Well, Ishri, you could always be the first to have a surname. Pick one you like, give it to your children.
why'd I find someone important that I? What were all of your last names again?
Walker.
Mine was Amblas.
MacDurk.
Maybe I'll pick one of those.
One chuckles.
Walker raises a finger, ready to say that she shouldn't, but then has the thought that he can't think of a good reason why she shouldn't do that, and lowers his hand.
Well, whichever you do pick, if you do pick one, hopefully it's not because one of us dies.
Mm,
I'll just pick whoever is my favorite, of course.
There you go.
do you have favorites, Ishri?
No, of course not. No.
Owen chuckles.
Walker even manages a slight chuckle.
He just smiles.
Walker looks back and notices that Simon's been going the entire time without him, and quickly, hang on, I need to get back to what I was doing, and runs back to.
Like 15
Continue
minutes of just
watching.
missing it to argue about names.
Listen, it was a fun conversation, motherfucker. William wants to play D&D.
Oh. That conversation was mental chaos.
It was pretty fun. I had fun with
Yeah,
that
that was good.
conversation. It's excellent. You're welcome for involving you, Nick.
Simon just got
Thanks,
to
man.
listen.
Oh. She obviously needs to take the name Dorgas so she doesn't have to rename, so no one has to rename spells.
No, then she can make her own spells, and thus the Doragas dynasty is born, is spread to another
Take it to the
plane of
shelf.
existence.
If they
Everyone.
misunderstand the concept and they just all name themselves Doragos.
And then 10,000 years from now, instead of the flame tenders, it will be the daughters of Doragos.
And they're all named
Christ.
Doragos, because she
Nice.
doesn't really get it. Oh.
Oh my gosh.
Logan, what did you say in there? I know you said something, but I didn't quite catch it.
I just said, and Simon was listening to that all.
Did Simon enjoy the conversation?
No, Simon was focusing
Yeah, okay.
on its stuff.
He's busy. Unlike the rest of us.
Now that Owen's here, Ishri is going to say, "Do you want to train with us now?"
I suppose what is left can be finished up after.
Ishri gives a big smile, claps Owen on the shoulder way too hard, and then drags everyone over to train.
Also, Owen, just like I mentioned to Walker, I'll be just making a quick letter of people you could contact if ever something does happen to me, just so you can let them know what happened. I don't need you to send letters to anyone really, but if you could just contact the DHA representative. I have a few measures already in place if ever something happens. I just would like them to know faster than just me disappearing for a few months.
I'll see it done.
Thank you. Well then, let's go do whatever you do with this thing.
Pointing at the training sword. We're just like lifting it up.
Ishri is smiling so broadly at getting to train you with this.
Walker would have given Ishri a second training thing, or
Training
no,
sword?
fucking. Simon has the other one, so Walker would have, gotten Simon's, assuming he, consented to borrowing it. I'm assuming Simon would have an issue with that, and he would have brought it over so the others can make use of it as well.
No. That's not allowed. It's now, you see, it's got a little sigil on it. It's got a little thing that says Doragos' Sword of Training, so you can't.
It only improves the abilities of someone of the grass blood.
I still want to establish that
Anyone else loses
Walker would
all
go second one.
memories while they were used.
All memories ever.
All of them.
Dude, that's a deep cut. How dare you?
Gotta do what you gotta do, huh? I don't know.
Poor Simon. I
That was
really
a
wish
deep
Owen.
cut. Holy shit.
Dude, I really wish Owen was there for the scene when Simon had to write his will. I feel bad. I'm sad now.
Mm.
It happens. I don't know. Shit happens.
Don't think Walker's not going to talk to Owen about that later.
Oh, we'll have a conversation once the children go to bed.
Oh shit, dude. We good. So, is there any particular scenes you guys want to do with the training, or anything you else want to establish?
Can I just wrap up my my familiar?
Yeah. I will note, as Simon's finishing up, Ishri, when it comes to training for Sophia, she, while probably one of the weaker people you've ever met, is, she seems to take to it, at least have natural talent, maybe on Simon's level. Give it a few months, she might know how to parry an attack and return it.
He probably mentioned while training that her mother has tried once or twice to get her to be interested in this because
My mother actually is, I don't know if she'd still be considered a champion in sword fighting, but she once traveled across the world basically to find masters, to be able to train more. That's actually how she eventually got to meet my father in the DHA. Since she's from Crayfleury herself.
That's a lovely story.
Mm-hmm. She actually, before all that, met a group of people, ended up traveling for a while more. doing less actual sword fighting and more of just, I don't even know how I describe the random stories she's told me. She's just kind of wandered the world, doing whatever she thought was right at the time, and ended up settling down eventually in the DHA. Got into some trouble. Ended up working for the government.
Well, it sounds like there's hope for the likes of us then.
Indeed.
That is traveling the world doing what we think is right. That's something that I think all of us know a little bit about.
Nods.
I also learned the sword from, in my case, it was my father who taught me.
I'm assuming he used quite a large sword, considering his stature.
Aye, that he did, but you wouldn't know it looking at him, but he's quick.
I mean, I would not challenge him to a duel of anything, really.
Or don't do it, he'll murder you. We watched it happen.
So, joking around, it's a bit more like, oh, okay, that's nice. Slight concern.
Well, I'll make sure not to do that, in fact.
Just to explain, Ishri, Sophia. It was Grimsar, if you know of such things.
Yes. Well, then, I don't intend to ever duel someone in a Grimsar, but I'll make sure not to duel your father and such.
Wise.
Although, if I could ever avoid that with anybody ever, that would be ideal in my book. I'm not the best at such type of combat.
No, you're not.
Now, Ishri, we all have our strengths.
I mean, but it's good to know what they are. And
It is.
He is just not sword fighting, but we can make you. You'll get better. You'll get better.
Sure. I don't think it'll ever be my strength, but I appreciate you trying to get me to be better, Ishri.
Less likely you are to die, the better.
Indeed. Although, if ever I do end up in a situation where my only option is to sword fight with someone, I don't think the odds are very good for me.
Yeah, you should run. You should definitely run.
The odds. I wholeheartedly agree. I'm sure they continue training, and she's actually pretty quick and decent on her feet. She's just not very strong when it comes to holding anything heavy. Like, if you try giving her a real sword, probably all of a sudden gets a bit slower because she's having a hard time.
And her longsword, and she just kind of flounders with it.
Yeah, it just kind of like drags it along the ground and just like swings it and falls back to the ground.
Well, it's time for Ishri to see how she does with a greatsword then. It's like trying on shoes. You gotta try a lot of different pairs, see what you like.
To specify, the wooden practice sword is 2 pounds, while an actual short sword is 4.
So, with that, you guys continue training. Simon, you have a thing. Are you there?
Yes. So Walker, I'm just gonna skip
Hello.
to the end of it. So nearing an hour, probably just hit an hour of Simon doing his ritual.
I'm assuming that's basically Simon fucking whispering some mumbo jumbo under his breath, hands like doing some gestures every now and then, some candles lit, incense burning. Walker's just kind of sitting nearby, legs crossed, arms folded, just kind of waiting for something to happen.
You see the incense, the smoke, it grows, and it's a huge white cloud that just puffs up at once. An owl flies out of it, and it's I got a picture. I'll put it in descriptions here.
It's. I should
Description's
study it,
become a
sorry.
messy channel.
It has become a very.
You know
messy
what?
channel.
It's not like it's used a lot. If it makes you guys feel any better, if you could also remind me after the session. On top of that, I'm going to allow image embeds and GIF embeds in the in the thing. So these things that are only semi-relevant, like about to post, can be posted straight into Foundry then. Remind me after the session.
And it's a little barn owl. He's just over a foot big, tall, you would say. And he just comes out and lands right beside Simon, and Simon looks over at Walker. Then, how does Simon feel about this owl? Is this significant?
How do Simon feel of owl? What?
How does Simon feel about the owl? Is there like I've never had experience with the familiar, like how does it work? I personally don't know.
Okay, you mean like the mechanics behind it?
Yeah. Like
you can look through its eyes.
Double now? Do I?
So
no, I can't. Okay.
Yeah, it is essentially a magical version of an owl. It is its own thing with its own existence and personality that you have created. You just have the ability to, you know, kind of control it with pretty much the utmost whatever the hell you need to do. You can tell it and it obeys your command.
I like this little guy. You know,
an owl?
Simon nods, and he needs
a magic
name,
owl.
And he turns to Walker.
It kind of cocks its head to one side and then the other while staring at you, Walker. It's pretty much following Simon perfectly right now and looking wherever he is.
It's a magic owl?
Simon nods.
The owl nods as well.
Oh my god, that's awesome. Can I send him up the scout, like just around? I just want to see, like.
You just think I need you to scout, and it like looks at you and nods and flies up into the air.
Can I see through its eyes?
Focus for a moment. And as it hits focus, and yeah, it's about, what, 80, 100 feet up. It is just at the edge of your range, and you focus, and you now are seeing and hearing through its senses.
I imagine Walker asked the question during this, but Simon can't hear him.
He cannot, no.
Can't hear.
You can feel the wind around you. It's very weird. Like, you've got this weird mixture of, like, knowing you're still on the ground and, like, feeling yourself, but also kind of, like, hearing and kind of feeling the wind around your ears, but they're not your ears. They're an owl's ears. It's a very strange combination of things.
Would love it. I think Simon would really, really like that. You see Simon come out of the trance he's in.
I think as Simon comes out, Walker's like, Simon.
Yeah.
What was that?
I was
trying to ask you a question. You just.
I was seeing through the owl. It was flying around. I was seeing what it was seeing. It was.
You can't hear anything
amazing.
When you're seeing through your owl?
No. I can't.
So you're vulnerable when you're doing that.
Yeah, I am.
Something to keep in mind. So do you control exactly what this thing looks like?
I'm sure I could change it if I resummoned it. I can't do it now.
I mean, if it's meant to be a stealthy scout, you might have wanted to make it black next time.
Fun note. It definitely does look a little bit similar in color to Simon's robes.
It's pretty funny.
And at this point, it kind of comes back down and lands.
Or even at that, why didn't you make it smaller? A smaller, dark-colored creature would be much harder to see than a...
Simon pets him. Why are you hating on him? He just got here.
What? You made it, right?
Yeah, I mean,
you made it for the purpose of scouting, so why didn't you make it, more suited for that? Like, you control that, don't you?
Yes.
So why didn't you?
I'm sure the size and the color of an owl is not going to change it just being an owl someone sees in the sky.
You'd be surprised.
It seems like it takes a little bit of umbrage to Walker's insistence that it is a tool.
So could you have made it bigger?
I guess.
Like how much bigger? Are there limits to this magic you're using?
I mean, yeah, of course there's limits, Walker.
Well, where are the limits?
I can't make a 4-foot owl. Like, what are you expecting?
I don't know. Could you make a horse? Walker kind of gestures towards Sophia.
Let me check the spell.
You can't. You cannot make a horse.
No.
That'd be a different spell. You see, what was Simon's response?
I said, no, I don't think so. I think it's only smaller creatures.
Could you work on that? Like you said, you were making spells previously. Could you alter the spell so that you could make something larger?
Yeah, I'm sure I could. A little bit of time.
Are you only able to have one of these at once?
Simon nods.
So if you worked, could you alter it so that you could have like this one, or gesture towards the owl, and then a horse as well?
Then could I? Is that feasible?
Possibly. I mean, it's a matter of research and work, and that's a lot of both, but the possibility is there. Magic doesn't really have limits per se.
Simon shakes and nods his head at the same time. I mean, it's possible.
The owl copies his movements perfectly.
But this should be fine for scouting. It's just a normal owl. That's what I was going for. Just something that they would see, on occasion.
Hang on. Hey, Owen. Come over here. We're just gonna call him again. Oh
the clash of practice swords ceases? Question mark?
What's going on?
Everyone comes over.
Yeah, everybody just walks over.
Oh,
We're
is this
all
owl
training.
native to Garland or Kintaran?
Hey, Van, what does Owen know? about
You don't
various
need to
owl
roll.
species?
Barn owls are common throughout pretty much all of the continent.
There you go.
Is that a turtle?
What?
It turns its head to you in slight confusion.
Walker does the same.
A turtle. They're fluffy and in this.
They're fluffy.
No, Ishri. That day they were talking about clouds that had the vague shape. Wait, was Walker there? I think Walker. I don't know if Walker was there. Fuck.
Yeah, I think no, actually, Walker wasn't there. That was with Evian and.
Yeah, we were trying to haze Sophia with the bread bowls.
Turtles aren't fluffy, and they're not in the sky, Ishri. Who told you that?
Evian?
Walker shoots daggers at fucking Evian.
Who puts his arms up and shrugs and begins training with Rom some more, making sure to get far away from the conversation.
And then Walker looks back to Ishri. Ishri, they're most likely we're talking about clouds. Sometimes people will say clouds look like animals. It's a pastime.
I
But
was
it's not
actually doing a spell so that the clouds look more like animals.
right.
My fault.
Right, but that's not what animals look like. It's just that they vaguely resemble that. Not that the clouds vaguely resembled the animals. Actual animals are not fluffy and not white. Well, not
unless
fluffy and white.
it's a sheep.
Unless it's a sheep,
I was gonna say.
which is fluffy and
some-
white.
Some bunnies are fluffy and white.
You're missing. You're all missing the point. They're not in the sky, and they're not clouds.
This bird technically could go in the sky.
So it's
This
a game
is an owl.
for children to learn their animals?
What?
The cloud is a game for children to learn all the
Clouds are
names of
not
animals?
games. They are natural phenomenon. They're features of nature. They just happen. It's just a fun thing that some people like to do. Some people find it fun anyway.
Clearly not Walker here.
You're missing the point. Seriously. Ishri doesn't know these things, so we can't just say things without thinking about them
Uh,
because
the-
Ishri's going to get the wrong idea, and this misinformation is going to hurt at some point.
At this point, the owl kind of furrows its feathers a bit, looks at Simon, and then, like, shoots daggers at Walker.
So Ishri, this is an owl. It's apparently native to both Lenore and Garland. They are they fly around. They hunt small creatures. When I say small, I mean like mice. Like Walker gestures towards like the palm of his hand. Typically at night. Simon, does it have
They
the
sleep
same?
during the day.
Right. Simon, does it have the senses an owl would have? Like, can this thing see in the dark?
Simon nods. Yeah, it's an owl.
Like an undead creature. It hunts at night.
It's not undead. Wait, is it undead? Walker looks at Simon.
Simon.
The owl looks offended and spreads its wings.
Yeah, so no, it's not.
Right.
A lot of animals here, actually, Ishri, even if they are not undead, they hunt during the night.
But again, not people. Usually, like prey animals.
Yeah, very few animals hunt people.
Rabbits, deer, things like that.
Usually monsters. No, monsters.
Not people.
Monsters might hunt people, but they're very rare. Anyways, they're rare around here to my knowledge. And animals usually fear you humans. And you just need to carry like a torch or something like that if you want to scare something that's bigger.
The only animals that would typically try to attack a person would be a wolf or a bear. But typically they're smart enough to know that they shouldn't do that, as they will be killed for it. They would only do that if it meant they would starve otherwise.
At Walker and Sophia's explanation, Owen kind of he goes a little bit pale, as if he's suddenly remembering something unpleasant, and then he kind of shifts his feet and he clears his throat. There's something I neglected to mention. I suppose it's best to. I mean, we're getting a little off topic here, but
Is everything all right, Owen?
I kind of shrugs a little bit.
Narrows his eyes.
I went to speak with Branham. Told him, we said our farewells. He told me the strangest thing. Apparently, refugees that have come through from the road to Atherton, many of them bear strange tales of, well, he wouldn't say really, but he did mention, Ben, correct me if I'm misremembering here, but he did specifically say I'm pretty sure I remember him saying the word or the phrase blood magic. Like, I'm pretty sure he said that.
He did not. He said something undead. He did not use the phrase blood. He said
blood something.
Yes, blood searing. Like the blood was like burning people when they got it on him.
He did talk about a bear that was driven mad and died, but then came back, and its blood seared those who came in contact with it, and it just, it reminded me of a certain unpleasant memory that I have from visiting the Rat Creek Valley.
Careful. So there are actually undead animals then.
I mean, I didn't say that. Nobody said that, but
Ishri, to clarify, that's not normal.
No. I bring it up because I believe that business that we saw on the road to the valley, there is more to it. Perhaps it is spread or...
Would not be a unique occurrence.
Something more than the red band awaits us to the east, I think.
Suppose it's not a stretch to say it's related to that vampire.
Well, I really like killing undead. And thank you to Simon. Quite good at it. So, and Ishu just smiles. We'll kill whatever comes in our way. And if we kill anything, then it's a win, right?
Especially if it's undead.
Suppose reducing the presence of dangers on the road is always a good thing.
I guess it's better if competent people come across them instead of just random refugees or peasants.
If we survive our suicide mission, maybe we can deal with this problem as well.
Maybe if we survive the mission, the problem will be dealt with as a part of that, but that remains to be seen. As the conversation becomes a moment of silence, Walker looks back towards the owl and then back towards Simon.
The owl looks to you as you looks mildly annoyed.
So would you say that was a difficult piece of magic to perform?
It was more time consuming, but I'm sure you could do it with enough practice, Walker.
Seems to be an extremely practical piece of magic.
I've never done it myself, but it can be.
What? Don't you have a horse? That's magic?
Yeah, but it's not the same. My horse that is Magic Billy only shows up for about an hour at a time. So I have to call him back. It only takes me a few minutes as well to conjure him, not an hour.
But the same principle, isn't it? Summoning an animal from nothing?
I suppose, but from what I've heard, familiars are more connected to whoever summons them. They have more personality. Not to say Billy doesn't have a personality, but Billy just is there for an hour and he's just kind of there. Familiars
I mean, you could have filled me, doesn't like apples.
Familiars usually bond with whoever they're with. It's kind of, you can see through them and feel through them, and they have a certain personality with them. It becomes more like a pet than a normal summoning would. I suppose some people could just continue being unattached to them, but that's, from my understanding, that's more how it works.
Well, while I do think it's incredibly practical, it might need to wait a while, as I've never conjured a magical effect as far as I'm aware. Might need to start smaller. Walker looks to
conjure a servant. There's a way to do that.
Walker kind of like pulls out the charm to look at it that he has now started keeping within one of the pockets of his jacket. Is it a servant?
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of vague.
I can't actually see him. Like, it's like an invisible being that can do vaguely easy tasks.
Did you decide it was invisible?
No, that's just kind of how I ended up learning that spell. It can do stuff like cleaning up, just, doing basic mending. I can give food to people, like serve it from a pot. I don't know, I've never actually made it cook anything complex, but I can make it put a kettle on the fire.
Why would such a creature need to be fuck, I almost said unseen.
Because
why would such a creature need to be invisible?
Creating a formed being with an image itself is more complex usually than just a vague force that can do things.
Is it a vague force? I thought you said it was a creature.
It's invisible. So I don't know.
Walker looks confused, questioning even.
I can't feel it as an object or as a person, and it just kind of does things.
I suppose you weren't the one who created the spell. It just seems it seems to be an odd decision to create a magic that creates a servant, but not have that servant have a form. Like, it seems to be a convenience, but it'd be rather inconvenient to trip over an invisible servant.
I suppose, but if it's easier to cast and it's not as complex, it doesn't take as much energy to just create something to, pour tea for you.
Walker looks at Simon. Is that how that works?
I mean, it's not nearly as complex as my spell to conjure Billy, whom I can see, and so can everybody else.
Did you create that spell?
Billy? I suppose in a way I changed up a little bit an existing spell that I had found in a book.
Why not make that one invisible?
Because I didn't work that far on it. Also, it would look very strange to ride an invisible horse.
Would it not look strange to have an invisible servant serving you tea?
I mean, usually people don't see me in my house getting something to pour me tea. Usually people do see me going down the street on top of a horse.
Walker's seen the horse, right?
Yeah.
Didn't the horse have an odd head? Isn't it unusual because of that?
I mean, it's unusual as well, but it's not as unusual as me just floating in the sky and going up and down while going down the street very quickly.
Walker just kind of sighs, puts his head in his hand. This is an odd conversation.
Can I summon a horse for you?
What? You can summon a horse, History?
I feel like I feel like it must be one of Nariho's blessings. Yes.
Can everyone here create a horse?
Aren't you afraid
or some
of
kind of
horses,
creature?
Ishri?
What was that?
Aren't you afraid of horses, Ishri?
I don't think I'd ever actually do it. It seems unnecessary, really. But if you really want one, I could probably make you one tomorrow.
Owen thinks about what kind of horse would come from Ishri's painful magic, but he decides not to say anything.
Walker's also considering how that would work out. Well, if you can show me how you would do it, I'd be certainly interested in that.
A lot of praying. Have you ever prayed before?
Walker blinks several times. Suppose at festivals back in Dreswood, but I doubt it's to the same place as what you've prayed to.
We've had a lot of conversations about faith since we've met.
It's very nice. You should try it sometimes. Nariho is very open with his gifts.
I think I'm fine being associated with one unseen entity for now.
He shrugs. Well, if that doesn't work out for you, or I guess if you decide you'd like to have as much power as possible, Nariho is always there for you. She just smiles.
Walker's gonna sleep around with all the deities. Sorry, funny.
He's taking a sampler platter. Oh. Guys, discuss these strangities of magic and the differences of cultural magic and Simon's new friend, this owl that seems very much like Simon. You continue your training? Is there anything else you wish to do for the evening before... Are you leaving tonight or in the morning?
I think during the evening, like dad and night.
Night.
Dad and night.
I think my thought, I know I didn't voice this, but my thought was that we would leave and travel just enough to where we were definitely away from the city, but we weren't traveling through the night.
I was thinking we would pass without trace from the city.
But what about the guards at the gate?
I mean, they can see some people leaving. That's fine.
Isn't there no walls? Can't we just walk through like a random exit?
No walls.
Outside of the fucking
Wait, hold on a second,
the
Ben. If
outer
they don't
court.
got walls. Why do they got gates? What the fuck?
That's why I made a joke about it. Like, the outer courtyard has walls, but that's just like, which is where you guys are, but that's it. The majority, 85%, 90% of the city does not have walls.
So we could just leave.
Yeah.
Just fuck off. Does someone want to name his familiar first?
Simon among all the ruckus.
The ruckus. Could you describe
Oh,
the
ruckus.
ruckus? Sorry, I'm sorry.
You are the ruckus.
I am. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Simon's just gonna turn around and I think I know what to name him. I'm gonna name him after my grandfather. Onyx.
That's a good name.
Onyx turns and nods in agreement with Owen.
He likes you already, Owen. I don't know about you, Walker, but
As you say that, he scowls at Walker.
Dude, imagine a barn owl scowling without eyebrows.
Oh, it does that thing where it moves its fucking, it like furrows its all of its feathers around its face.
Simon does it. Does Onyx? He's got a mind of his own, right?
I mean, yeah, of course. All animals do, don't they?
Well, I just wasn't sure. I've never encountered something like this. I know Alex would tell me if she was here. I feel like it would be a really bad idea for Owen to like hold out like an arm for the owl to land on because it's got.
Yeah, that hurt.
I'm sure it's a magic owl. I'm sure it can land on you.
The problem is it still
It's
has to
smart enough to know
hold
not
on
to.
with its fucking owl
I guess.
hunting claws. I would wager that Owen would know that, normally you want a bracer or something if you're going to be holding your arm out for a bird of prey.
Walker's wearing a leather bracer. Owen could borrow it.
Hey Walker, can I borrow that? Points to your bracer.
I suppose. Walker will take several minutes to undo the bracer.
And Owen
There's a
stands
comical
there
amount of
tapping
buckles
his
need to be
foot.
undone to get it off.
Oh, it's like there's like 3 different knots in all the leather cording on it. Oh.
Very tightly wound. Wouldn't want those coming off.
Much like how Owen has a small leather cording of where he gets no tan, Walker has his entire arm.
That's all pasty.
Oh.
I think that's known.
Owen's gonna don the bracer and then see if he can get Onyx to come hang out.
While Owen is doing that, Walker's gonna say, Onyx is your grandfather's name. It's interesting. Also interesting that you chose that as an alias.
It was because of his eyes, but yeah.
You mean the owl's eyes?
Well, no, my grandfather was nicknamed Onyx.
Well, a
of his
nickname
eyes.
then.
Yeah.
What was his actual name?
He just looks at Walker, not for any reason in particular. His name was Max, or Maximilian. For
Hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, Alex, certainly an interesting name.
He was
Were his
a good
eyes
guy.
that dark?
Well, no, it was more of like a. I don't know how to explain this in Ven's world. It was more of an Italian onyx, which is more of like a brown, like a light brown.
Yeah, I've never heard that referred to brown things before, but that's...
It's a type of onyx marble stone.
Right, that's interesting.
My grandma's really into gems and things like that, so.
Make sure you have nicknames where you're from.
I suppose sometimes you shorten the names, I guess. Some of the heroes have titles. I mean, but usually you use the name you were given. Seems kind of rude to your mother, right? If she gives you one thing, and it's just your name, and then you go and you change it?
Well, in this case, it was, the man's wife. So it's like being given two names, two gifts, right? You still use both of them.
So would he then have 4? Because he also has the bonus name as well? The bonus non-pointing name?
Surname.
Mm-hmm.
And no, I don't believe so.
So is it just the man that's surname, and would the woman be lady name or ma'am name then?
Well, if you take someone else's last name when you wed, the last name that you had previously would be referred to as a maiden name. I don't know if it's referred to as the same thing for men, but I've never heard another term used, so Walker kind of shrugs.
It can be used interchangeably as well, like in my father's case, or in the case that 2 women marry, or 2 men.
At this point, Walker, you've passed it off, and Owen, you during this conversation were able to figure out most of the complicated amount of pieces of cording and buckles that needed to be tied and hooked. Walker will never be without his armor. You are confident of that.
Is Walker's leather bracer really that complex?
It's established now.
And its attachments. He's fucking invented.
Well, it's usually
but
like more or less attached to
about the zipper. He just uses it for his armor.
It's usually like attached to the. What the fuck does that mean, Logan? It's usually attached, like, to his armor, right? So usually like throws it on.
Yeah.
Doesn't usually like separate the pieces.
So with that, you get it on, and the owl looks to Simon. Onyx looks back to you, Owen. Hold your arm out.
Owen's going to kind of take a step back and then hold his arm out in... I imagine, like, he's probably never been falconing, but he's
it
probably
feels pretty good.
Seen it before.
Oh yeah, I'm sure he's seen people, like, training animals. Like, falconing's a great way to hunt rabbits and shit. Like,
yeah,
those are very common in the in Verot and Kintaran lands. Shit like that, yeah, like, easily. After a moment of holding your hand up, the Onyx looks back to Simon, cocks its head to the side.
Simon will nod in approval.
Very quickly, like, it nods back and then flies up and lands on your arm. A little bit heavier than you're expecting. There's definitely some heft to this this big bastard.
They're actually on the smaller side for a barn owl, by the way.
Is it? I don't know. This is why we need owls.
But Logan, it's magic, so the magic.
Oh yeah, the magic.
The magic adds 10 pounds.
Yeah.
As Owen holds Onyx, Simon will chime into the conversation. Actually, Ishri, I got mine. Dorgas isn't even my actual parents' name. That's my adopted father's name.
Ishri nods very slowly. You can, like, see the gears turning, and they're just kind of, like, stalling as they try to turn.
Well, that's the point of the family name, right, Ishri?
What's the point?
Well, to show who is in a family.
Though I guess I should probably stop using that name since I think they disowned me, but...
Well, it's not for them to decide. They cannot take your name away from you. They gave it to you.
While it's ultimately your choice what you wish to be called, Simon, I personally feel if you still hold love for them, that you should continue to use the name.
I agree with that.
Simon nods.
While there might be a rift between you and them now, that might not always be the case.
Aye. Well
Do-
said.
Do you still love them?
Simon pauses for a second and then looks up. I do, yes. I just
Walker
don't
nods.
know if they'll ever love me again. But
They may not
Rules.
agree with the choices that you make, but that doesn't mean they won't love you.
The world is full of unknowns, Simon. I'm sure you know that. There's only one way to find out.
And at the end of the day, they're your parents, but you could have other people important to you too. Ones who respect you more for who you are. Return your love.
thank you, Ishri. All right, Simon then claps and looks at Owen. Having fun? Seems good?
This whole time, Owen's been like you know that way that animal people get, where like they've got their animal or like an animal, and they're like petting it and or
Appreciate
doing
it.
something, and they're like crooning to it, in that
People
stupid
don't care.
animal person voice.
People don't matter anymore.
That's what Owen's doing. Like he got like some of the choice, fucking meat that
Was delivered.
Dirk
Oh
got
my
to us.
god!
And he's like feeding little morsels to Onyx, and he's just like he says something like Sophia, you can hear. He says something like
Now this is the magic animal.
fuck, I can't even do it. I'm cracking up. Dude. He says something like oh, you're not like Billy, turning his nose up at no wee apples, are you? No, that's a good owl. That's a good Onyx. And he like goes,
Owen, are you saying that Billy isn't good enough for you just because he's incapable of eating food?
well, I didn't say anything. I said nothing at all. Don't know what you're talking about.
Poor Billy. He didn't do anything to deserve this. He can't even eat food even if he wanted to.
He kind of turns away and he says, "Don't you listen to her, Onyx? You're different. I can tell."
Oh god.
Sophia just quietly chuckles.
As he just like does the quietest like cooing hoot, and then just begins like as you're bringing the food up now, he's like yanking it like very excitedly. Give me an insight check, Owen.
Oh no. What is this for?
Roll well,
Oh.
motherfucker. Oh shit, you
Wow.
listened!
Oh,
What a roll.
You rolled 2 19s in a row.
Nick's also
Oh,
the
but-
only one who's rolled tonight.
You know what that means?
Can I,
Yeah,
make, can, I
right.
make, can I make a roll just to feel included?
Go ahead.
You like to roll dice. You like to play D&D.
I killed Owl.
I thought you meant an insight check.
No, I don't. I
I
don't.
shield
Oh.
Onyx with my body. Walker shoots Owen in the back.
Walker with an actual gun, sadly.
Anyway, so
Pretty funny.
Onyx he has noticed where you are keeping that food. He is not doing a very good job hiding it to you.
Love it.
There you have it. He's like, he can see the pouch where you've got all of this jerked chicken and beef.
There's several moments where like Owen kind of like loses himself in the excitement of hanging out with a new animal friend, and then he kind of like realizes what's happening, and he looks a little guiltily over at Simon, and he says, I'm sorry, Simon. Why don't you take the bracer and the pouch for a bit? I don't mean to infringe.
You can keep going if you want. You seem to be enjoying yourself.
I must confess, I've always felt a certain kinship with, beasts, and well, first it was horses, and
And then he
Sometimes
met
I-
Billy.
Median.
sometimes I think back to that that griffin we met on the road. Part of me hopes that it's all grown up now, flying about. Hopefully not countering people anymore.
Certainly hope it's not in any place where it'd be bothering local towns, villages.
Aye.
Simon, you said that was a familiar?
Yeah.
Suppose that's an adequate term to describe a creature you summon. Sophia, is Billy a familiar?
He is not.
What, the water thing?
The water thing isn't something I summon. It's just kind of its own thing.
Did you find it?
Somebody else found it. I kind of helped out.
And they gave it to you?
Yes.
And then it saved our collective asses?
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's pretty great that way.
Huh. That's interesting. Right. Well, it's certainly given me a lot to think about regarding all this magic.
I mean, I guess technically, if you wanted to try, you could feed Owen.
I mean, I seem to recall I've already tried to feed. Oh, you said not Billy. Good.
Yes, not Billy.
I mean, what does a creature of water eat?
Maybe more water. Ice cubes?
We shall
I
find
mean-
in the,
Shit,
we shall
ice
find
cubes
in
aren't
the
a thing.
choice in water that Nache Duinne has to offer. Crystal clear.
He's technically has tried to eat the one guy, but
Is that what he was trying to do?
He likes fresh meat. Would you like us to put him a corpse?
Ugh.
yeah, I think we'll start with water.
Owen contemplates how he could go about palm feeding water to a water elemental.
Just pour it from a bottle, just like, there you go.
Do I baby bird it but with water? Give it a little swish, add some flavor.
I mean, I can bring him out right now if you'd like. Just like, it just comes out of her backpack, which she has on basically all the time. It just it waves with its weird little palm arm to Owen.
It comes out and it's existing again. It is a strangely shaped water.
Are the teeth also made of water?
Yes. It is completely water.
So
It has shape, but it is completely water.
One's gonna he's gonna tear his eyes from Onyx and divest himself of both Onyx and Walker's bracer, not handing it back to Walker, handing it to Simon.
Simon
Walker's-
put on the bracer.
Walker's arm begins to feel chilly.
And then he's gonna take out a water skin and pour some in his hand, and then hold it out to
It probably would lick your hand with its water tongue.
water
Yeah,
tongue.
Yes, like a cat.
It's very weird feeling. It's not rough because it's water. It's a vague texture, but then it just kind of feels like water moving on your hand in strange ways. And you expect when it's done, your hand will be wet, but your hand's dry mostly.
that's
it's
weird.
damp, but it's not dripping because most of the water goes back with
Does it
Like if a cat licked your hand.
Does he look bigger? Has he consumed vitality?
Doesn't seem bigger, but you can't really, it's already so big, you can't really tell with, a pail of water.
It's probably also partially connected to the backpack at this point, from a thread of water. That way it can, just when it's right next to, standing right next to Sophia, just so it can stay out.
Owen's gonna give an awkward pat on the head. Not really sure what to expect.
It just kind of goes through a
Yeah.
little bit.
What if I cast Water Walk?
Oh my god.
It probably, as you pat on the head, its little antennas just kind of move
Oh
back
my
and forth.
god. Well, it has like one of them like goes through your hand, and your hand just kind of like splashes, and then its antenna just regrows.
Probably like kind of. It seems like it's he's very pleased with all the attention.
Walker is still sitting near Simon's ritual area, slightly uncomfortable by the presence of the water beast, but is not.
For the first time, Onyx is in agreement. Also
is
seems
not-
slightly uncomfortable.
But is not going to let that show. He's gonna just kind of watch this interaction, hoping he
Have
doesn't
you
have to
ever
try to. Walker's really hoping he doesn't need to figure out how to slay a water beast when it grabs Owen and starts munching.
It just fucking just gives him the old chomp.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen a water elemental like this, Simon?
I've read about them, but I've never really seen them up close.
I suppose they're quite unusual.
I certainly called unusual.
A strange creature, but not at all unpleasant.
Oh, it's very friendly. I mean, unless I ask him not to be.
I suppose, given recent events, I should agree.
This is how I feel all the time, every time I see a new creature.
That's an interesting piece of it. What the fuck is the term? Guys, help William. Perception, concept.
Yeah, I got no
Context?
idea where you're going with that one.
It is interesting to gain some insight into how you feel about our world, Ishri.
Mostly confused.
At this point, Onyx flies over and like lands on the ground next to O and begins like pecking and then starting to try and drink from the edge of O.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
Ishri,
Oh,
have you
no,
ever considered that you might be
He's
the
drinking him.
Probably just looks like it tickles and just kind of like moves his body slightly, like a shiver. And that doesn't really bother otherwise. It's not really bothered.
Ishri, have you ever considered that among your people, you're probably the most knowledgeable about our world?
Oh, I am certain that the older flame tenders must know more than me.
Certain. Are you certain they've been here to learn firsthand?
I think so.
Perhaps they knew of the world in the past. You'd know more about the world right now.
Certainly you are the expert on
Current
Garish
events.
Lenorian relations.
Hmm.
Such as they
Yes. I suppose that'll be very valuable when I go back then, I guess.
Part of your goal, well, part of the task given to you when we had met you was to find information, wasn't it?
Anything to help the Citadel, but yes, information is one.
Would they consider everything you've done so far a success?
Must be. I'm sure I'll be an ember when I go back.
I mean, I have no real context for how that works, but surely you must be one of the greatest successes of any of your kind in a very long time.
Ishri looks like a little shocked for a moment. Says, I'm certain if you say anything like that at the Citadel about me, you will shock and maybe appall quite a few people. I'm not exactly a
Are you not well liked?
Oh, I don't think people dislike me. I made some choices I wasn't supposed to, you know?
I remember. But still, surely bringing back all this information would be more than enough to make up for that. You're not only bringing what you've learned, but you're also bringing several items from here as well, including that plant. I mean, that's
Yes,
all valuable things I assume you don't have otherwise.
I'm certain that a relationship between our two locations will be invaluable, and I'd be happy to bring that. Plus, I haven't gotten pregnant in a while, so I mean, surely that'll go over well.
Is that what? Sophia looks very confused. So far, she's been like going along with whatever Ishri says and like not really cared. But all of a sudden, Sophia looks like, what?
There's context there, but that's probably best if Ishri explains it whenever she feels.
Oh, I was at Ember in training, right? Which means I was training to go out and discover something and find something. So I was to go out into the wilderness alone, because where I come from, Hell, as I believe everyone here refers to it, the Citadel is the bastion of safety because Nariho protects it, but everything else is dangerous and lots of creatures and such. And you go out alone, and this is where everyone found me. But before that, I was in training, and while it's expected that you have children and you populate the Citadel, I got pregnant. Well, the first time was fine. The second time was less fine. And so when I got pregnant a third time, I tried not to make it obvious. And when I lost the child while I was training far more aggressively than I probably should have for someone who was pregnant, that's when they sent me out.
I see.
One's gonna give Ishri a consoling pat on the shoulder.
Well, I just a shame that's how they treated you.
It's really fine. I honestly, I had lost direction of my calling, of what Nariho was directing me to do. So it's fine.
It is okay to say that something isn't fine, Ishri. If you don't think it is, you don't have to say that it's fine. It can bother you.
Oh, yes, of course. Yes, do you want me to tell you something that bothers me? Your weird horse thing bothers me. All these different animals are a little bit bothersome. The fact that Walker doesn't sleep, that's pretty bothersome.
What sound bothersome? Yeah. No, that's all right, Ishri. I'm
Rolls
just
his
saying,
eyes.
you don't have to say something is fine if it bothers you.
I spent a lot of time alone by myself thinking. I figured things out.
Okay.
I've accepted the way life is.
That's all right then. I'm just saying, if something hurts, you don't have to say it's fine just for the sake of everyone around you. That's all.
Okay. And Ishri then, upon saying that, takes a couple of steps away from the owl.
Sophia just lets.
It focuses more on drinking the little droplets of O that are on the ground.
Probably splashing off in the bed occasionally as well.
Oh.
Well then, shall we get ready to leave soon?
We'll probably want to wait for nightfall, Walker says, looking up.
It's mid-evening at this point. Like, sun's getting ready to set. Like, sun started setting already.
Maybe about half an hour, we'll be off.
Whenever we're not in an area that we want to be hidden in, I can cast these little things of light, and then she just casts various 4 little lights just come around, just kind of swaying in the wind back and forth. And I can get these to travel around with us, just so that we can at least see the ground in front of us.
We may wish to use those as little as possible. We'll
I
not
agree.
want our group to stand out whatsoever.
I just meant once we're far from anybody we want to say settle from, we also want to make sure not to trip and fall or walk into a tree.
But Walker and I should be able to keep everyone from doing that sort of thing.
He just looks curiously at Walker.
Well, sure then.
We could also use torches and before we come to enemy territory.
Ishri looks a little sad for a moment. Oh, I was looking forward to being in the darkness for a little while, but that's okay.
I mean, you probably will be for a little while. I just meant for once we're in the darkness without anybody nearby.
I'm sure the time will come, Ishri.
Ishri smiles excitedly at the thought of getting to travel at night again.
Especially when we get closer to Baralas.
All right. I'm gonna head inside, and Walker just like starts getting up, and then realizes he's probably. I'm gonna do some last minute prep.
I've got to finish up my letters.
What are you doing? Going to DM?
Well, you need some entertainment on the road. Walker DMs D&D for the party.
Oh, that would be the worst game of D&D ever. Anyway. So, with that...
No! One more scene!
Who wants it? Who wants another...
Gotta talk to Mr. McDurk.
Oh.
By that I mean Owen. I mean Owen.
Yeah, Ishri challenges Angus McDurk to a Grimsar. Let's go.
Oh no.
Right now.
I'm
Rip
assuming...
Ishri. Wait, did she write her letters?
I'm assuming... Yeah, she did. I'm assuming Owen comes upstairs?
He's got to finish his letters because he was so graciously interrupted to come join.
Where was he writing?
The others. He didn't finish his letters at the same time as everyone else.
Where was he writing?
At the dining room table.
Damn it. Fuck it. Walker will come find Owen after a little bit. See if he's come inside. So, I don't know, like 15 minutes, 20 minutes. Is that enough time for Owen to finish his letter?
Yeah, no problem. Imagine.
Excuse me?
I imagine it can't be that big, right?
How dare you?
Yeah, you're right. Never mind. This.
You dumb bitch, Robert.
Yeah. It'll be an hour-long letter. It'll be 2 hours long.
So, assuming everyone else is still outside after 20 minutes or is off doing their own thing, Walker's going to sit at the table across from Owen. Owen, there's something I wanted to bring up.
What's that?
When I mentioned the concept of death and the idea of writing down any last wishes, messages. Simon didn't seem keen on the idea. He seemed to think that there was nothing that needed to be said to anyone. I have some concerns that he might hold some regrets and be unwilling to face them, but maybe I'm just reading too much into things. Well, either way, you've always seemed close to him. Maybe you'll want to speak to him about it.
I'll do that. Did he seem... I don't know, did he seem like he was... I mean, you know, Walker, as I write this letter, this is, I'm writing to win. In case the worst should happen, and my mother has to give this to her. And it's not easy. So, I mean, was it like that for him?
I don't think so. It almost seems like he was dismissive of the idea, or that he felt there was either no reason to, or that he had no reason to. He said that we were the only ones he cared about at this point.
I mean, given what's happened to him, it's a hard thing, Walker. To have your world stripped away twice.
I can imagine, but still, I'd rather he not pass with regrets.
Aye.
As far as Evian goes, he seemed to consider the idea, but I didn't see him write anything, so Walker kind of shrugs. Maybe he's just not interested, or Just didn't feel like doing it at the time. It's hard to say. He's hard to read at times.
Hi. Well, I suppose I'll have to speak to them about it.
Walker nods, assuming that was the end of the conversation, and begins to get up and walk back upstairs.
Did you want me to do that now, William, or did you? I mean, I can.
Fuck
only do
you! It's
half
up to
of
you. Ball's in your court, bitch.
I can't. There's one. I can't talk to Evian. He's not here. Okay.
That
He's,
sounds like a
Talk
good
to the ghost of
on-the-road
Evian.
question. We can talk about that.
Just call up Mitchell on the phone.
conference him in.
Need to get him by satellite. Glug glug.
Damn it, sorry.
Oh no! Oh no!
Elon.
Walker just started trying to drink O.
Oh no.
Oh no!
I'm inhaling O like Kirby.
If you drink a water elemental, do you die? Do you just die?
I don't think so. Why would you?
I mean,
So-
Onyx died, so I mean, you
The
know,
water
it's a
elemental's
nice
like.
Well,
in
Alex
your-
died because you shot him with a crossbow.
No. Owen died.
No, I'm not a
because Walker
dickhead
shot him
unlike
with
some
a gun.
people. I wouldn't kill someone's
Oh.
familiar. I wouldn't kill a fellow player's familiar.
No, that sounds awful. Why would anyone ever do
That'd be a
that?
huge dick move.
Easily.
That's
Anyway.
pretty funny because Logan thinks I'm referring to that, but I'm referring to when Robert fucking killed my familiar in Alex's game.
Yeah.
Oh.
Also, the squirrel wasn't a familiar.
The squirrel wasn't a
know.
familiar. It was
Close
just a
enough.
pet.
Close
It was
enough.
just
Still
a
a
pet. Anyway, what else do you guys have to do, or is it time to leave?
We don't have to like draw it out or anything, but like, if Fiona's around, Owen's gonna like give her his letters and just before saying goodbye, he will ask her to look after the horses.
I will see the best kid. You know that one. But I don't understand. And she like holds up the letters. I don't understand.
It's just in case.
She looks mildly annoyed and just, in case what?
I don't know, Mother.
She takes the letters, like, I assume that unlike Ishri, yours are folded up and, like, in, like, maybe not sealed envelopes, but in envelopes and folded up and everything.
Don't you dare up my letters, you bitch.
Is she gonna rip up the letters? Oh my god.
Mother, imagine if... I mean, isn't there something that you wish you could have said to Hamish and Cedric? Gods know I do. Every day. That's what they're for.
I wish they were still here. And I wish I could still tell them I love them. Just like I did when they left. Just like I have every one of you every time you leave. But you know I've never left anything unsaid.
Sometimes it's not a choice.
She, after a moment, she just kind of, she accepts it, but she like takes the letters and just kind of like smacks you on the shoulder with them. You're still coming back.
I know.
When you do, holds up the letters. These are going in the fire.
I look forward to the day.
Starts muttering under her breath, to burn them right. Trying to think of being all dramatic and like she just starts like now she's just generally bitching and faffing about under her breath.
She's getting upset.
Getting upset. She kind of turns back after a couple minutes. Go before I don't let you.
One's gonna give his mom a big ol' hug, and then he will take his leave.
Hugs you back and crosses her arms and just kind of like sneers a bit and just Oh, good old Owen. Owen McDurk. Owen's soul's bane. Collected them. Now they start calling you Owen Rat Tongue. You collected nicknames, Owen.
Rat tongue?
Rat Tongue.
What's that?
I thought the Rat Creek Valley. I'd use as a put down.
Owen kind of like blinks a few times.
Not saying it's a bad thing, but certainly some people have said it. I'd wear it with pride if I were you.
I mean, fuck 'em, right, mother?
Welcome. She points, like, in a vaguely east direction. Fuck them too. Then she points about 15 degrees north of that. Fuck them most of all. Fuck them all. Get this binding so I could sleep in my damn bed.
Farewell, mother.
Gives a smile and she messes up your hair, like ruffling it a lot. Gets her hand stuck for a second out and just go.
And he does.
And so, with your things packed, is there anything else you guys need to do? Any last-minute things as you plan your leave of Nache Duinne?
Talk to them, fuckboy.
You really want me to do this right now?
Listen, it's up to you. Ball's in your court.
I mean, I have to... there's another fucking thing that I forgot to do that I feel like it's kind of too late to do now.
What is it? What is it, fucker? Tell me.
I have to... I gotta test out my funny spell.
You did. We did talk about you doing that. I even put it in chat earlier, and I forgot. We're too busy fucking bantering about names.
So there's... I think Owen's gonna think about what he's gonna say to Simon. At least for 24 hours.
Okay.
You can always
wait till you guys are on the road to start making these decisions. All right. So with that, you guys packed up, powerful ally in tow, begin your march, Shynwatch 7, on the way to Boralis and Varad. The first attempt to strike back against the invading Red Band and forces of Lenore. The first soldiers to march back and fight for Garland's sovereignty. To make your way out of the outer courtyard, leaving behind the garden, the gardener, the McDurk temporary residence, and Ishri's comically large potted aloe vera plant, which has already, you would note as you are leaving, there is now a dagger and a small shield with Kintaran's sigil on it, sitting on the edge of it.
like one of those little fucking things that you put on the side of flower pots.
Kind of, but this one, but like it's a dagger sticking into the dirt a little bit on the side, and then like a small shield that looks like it was probably from like a some sort of miniature something or other that she found throughout the house.
Is she putting it there for storage or for Ishri
No,
to take?
I guess a goof on the one guy.
Yeah. After calling it just as go of a guard, now turned it into a guard.
Yeah, thank
There
you.
it
You
is.
explained the joke to me. Thank you. Thank you.
Good old Hannah, here to make jokes better.
Just paint a little mustache on the pot.
So, out of the very well lived in outer courtyards, making your way once more through the streets of Nache Duinne, a quiet exit into farmland outside of this. Find yourselves packed up, have a massive amount of ready-to-travel food. Got water skins that are ready to go. And we're ready for whatever fate may bring you. But for now, go ahead and end this session on a note of hope, unity, and a chance for you guys to attempt take back Irish land. Oh.
I think
You guys
Hannah's trying
did
to
it!
hack us
You
right
guys
now.
did it! You got out of the city! You defeated the final boss!
We
Nache
did it.
Duinne.
Beat the city.
You know what's great though is we didn't even do all the things that we were.
You know what though? You
mean?
defeated the boss, you got the experience points, and you get level 7.
Yeah!
Oh, roll your fucking HPs, guys.
Oh, I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. I hate
Oh,
you.
here we go.
I don't want to.
Oh. Hey!
Don't like you, Robert.
And you know what's great is I rolled a 16 and 19 and another 19.
And now you're paying for it right here.
Ow.
What do I even roll again? Is it a D6?
Hey! She continues to be stupid!
Hannah, you fucking suck. I hate you.
Oh,
That's pretty good.
okay.
I'm gonna think so big.
My God.
Think comical. Think comical big.
Comically
Think
large,
above
comically-
average. That's all you need.
Comically large energy.
Oh,
my
Simon
God,
rolled a
Simon rolled
6! 6 plus 2! Max for Simon.
Wait, it's 6, right? I
Yes,
rolled a D6.
Wizard's a D6.
I forgot.
I had you roll the same number.
Tree has 81 hit points now, guys.
Oh my god!
You.
Ishri is a fucking brick wall that will not be brought down.
She has double my hit points.
I was
Oh.
looking at Rob has a
Yeah.
high
Yes.
constitution. Doesn't matter.
Owen, how many hit points do you have, Owen?
Owen now has 41 HP.
I have more HP than you.
It is no.
Listen.
How much HP do you have, Logan?
Logan's up to 47.
Hey Logan.
You have
how-
as much HP as I do.
Hey Logan. Hey Logan. How many fucking hit points did you sacrifice to get our characters out of the fucking Shadowfell?
None,
How
'cause
many?
I'm
Yeah, that was
smart.
pretty
Many.
good.
None, because I'm smart.
Fucking bitch.
Yeah, you suck, dude.
Oh.
He was crazy. He wasn't gonna let you fucking take his blood. Like what?
Oh, well,
It's okay. Sophia has 35.
yeah, it's okay. Sophia's the real last
Listen,
cannon here.
Am I
Listen.
the second tankiest person? in the
No, I have 47, plus I get my temp HP, so fuck you.
And also Rom exists. And also Evian exists.
Rom's got
Yeah,
19
he
con,
doesn't
though.
Why is it asking me to add things to my character sheet I already have?
We'll
Yeah,
go over
maybe.
that stuff. It's gonna get kind of weird. We'll figure it out. After I remember all the stuff I was supposed to be reminded. But hey, level 7, going to war. Here we go.
Oh, William, I'm supposed to remind you to remind me something.
Oh yeah, hang on. It was to remind you, to remind me, to remind you, to remind Vin to do something.
I like how in the end, even after I entrusted the task to Kim, I ended up remembering.
Oh,
It was the map.
Oh,
Vin about maps. I don't know what.
maps. Got it.
The maps for the city.
Yep, I will do that.